This chance calls for learning, and what would be a better way than learning together? Second point, we have European national targets, and of course we have regional targets on sustainable buildings. An increase in climate awareness has been speeding up the global use of wood constructions. And nowadays, climate issues and Green Deal are vital for the future of Europe. In her keynote speech of the European Commission in 2020, Ms. von der Leyen set a tighter emissions level as the climate target for 2030. The EU should require commitments to carbon-binding constructions. Ms. von der Leyen has brought up the new European Bauhaus, promoting new constructions methods based on the use of wood. We have seen national and regional objectives that have been set to increase the use of wood, and today we will hear more about them. Then my third point is business. Urban regions are growing very fast, and the largest climate benefits are naturally gained in areas that are being built very actively. For instance, about a third of Finnish population is found in Helsinki-Uusimaa region, and maybe in 15 years it's about half of Finnish population. That is 1 million inhabitants nowadays. And you, for example, in your capital city or region, Amsterdam region, you have that 2.6 million. The potential to build more and more of wood is seen in urban growth centers. This is first and foremost acknowledged in the wood construction industry, and it is more than possible for it to create financial growth and of course new job opportunities by new innovations. Perhaps all here we know that Finland has a long tradition in wood constructions. Wood has been called by green gold in Finland. New innovative wooden products can make this gold even greener. And then my fourth point, cooperation. Constructing is cooperating. A good building project includes thorough planning and well-suited implementation. And it needs both the public and private sector. It needs the land policy-related solutions of the public sector, like the land use planning and the supervisory control of construction. The private sector is needed for the material used in wood production industry for investors, contractors, architectural and structural planning. Cooperating and learning together, as well as exchanging information and knowledge, are called for in the process of promoting sustainable constructions like that of wood. And we talk about cooperation at all levels, international level, national level, regional, and of course locally, in both the public and the private sector. The exchange of information is about best practices. The newest research, innovations, and product development policies and agreements, not to forget all the legislation about wood constructions. This webinar today, I think so that it's a very good example of cooperation for the promotion of wood construction. We can certainly learn a lot from each other, Finland has a strong tradition and know-how of wood in all kinds of constructions, and the Netherlands are very well known for their urban planning and development. I would like to thank everybody contributing today already in advance. We all are going to learn about different possibilities in wood construction, as well as about the present challenges in the Netherlands and Finland. Please feel formally welcome, and I wish you all very informative webinar today. Thank you.
Thanks, Ossi. Very nice words, and learning together. I guess that's what today is all about. So let's start there. Before we move on to the next part, there's some practicality. So from the participants, the microphones and the cameras are off, but there's a chance to ask questions in the chat. We will forward those, if possible, during today's sessions to the different panelists and speakers. If you want to post on social media, use hashtag timber transition, and then we can also answer some of the questions in some of the other social media. So keep the chat active. Panelists are able to answer in the chat directly, or then we will take it in some of today's sessions. So the next part is going to be about national targets on sustainable buildings. The first speaker will be Petra Heino, who is part of the wood building program of the Ministry of the Environment in Finland. And then we also have the Dutch counterpart of that, which is Esther het Hoen, which is the project leader circular construction of the Ministry of the Interior of the Netherlands. We'll kick off with Petri, after that Esther. If there are any questions, put them in the chat. We will take them forward because we have some 5 minutes to discuss afterwards with both of them. So Petri, floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Willem. Hope you hear me and see my slides also. And thank you, Ossi, the boss of the province, for inspiring words to start with. And this came just as a result what you said. I was thinking of this, that like we shouldn't be anymore talking about how to promote or support the sustainable development, because everything should be sustainable development. That should be the basis of our activities. I think also we shouldn't talk about promoting wood construction so much more. It's enabling the use of wood in construction in building the sustainable future, and that's there's a little bit of a change of an attitude there that we would maybe discuss a little bit further. But yes, hyvää huomenta kaikki. Hui morgen, everyone. Good morning. And I'm Petri Heino from the Ministry of the Environment. And in Finland, the Ministry of the Environment is in charge of the building regulations. That's this program is located at the ministry. I will shortly have you look at what is going on in Finland, and then I'm curious to hear your comments and also the discussion. We have lots of very ambitious politically set goals for the society. Of course, first comes the carbon neutrality, then next phase is, of course, we have to take care of the excess CO2 in the atmosphere, negativity of the carbon emissions and things counted together. And also we are really much focusing on the circular economy issues. And the forests and the use of forest products has a big role in anyhow in the Finnish case. We have a vast amount of growing forests that is creating an annual sink since the 1970s, which then fluctuates between 15 to 40 million tons of CO2 equivalents. And at the end of our calculations, I mean 2035, we have to have the emissions and the sinks adding up to the zero. Then we have a lot of discussion of how much we should get the emissions down and how much we should then actually create the support the sinks. Sorry, there is a distraction. Hopefully you don't see it. Finland is the most forested country in Europe. And also we have a long tradition in sustainable forestry. There's a huge amount of protected forests. Also in Finland, 9% of all the forest area are strictly protected. And there are ongoing projects for example, in the Ministry of the Environment to increase the amount of protected valuable forests. But at the same time, we are looking for the sustainable production or just being a sustainable source of material for the society. Yeah, this is what we already discussed about, that the growth has been higher than the removals already from the 70s, and our forests are growing double the amount than 70 years ago, and of course based a little bit because of the climate has changed. So we have this sink in the carbon sequestration process in the forests, and then we can continue the storage at the building sector. We cannot call this the use of wood in construction as sink, but when thinking of carbon storage in the built environment growing, then we can kind of think it as a sink, and this is what we are here, I think, all aiming for. The promotion of wood or enabling the use of wood in construction is based on different strategies of the Finnish state, National Energy and Climate Strategy, which is now being updated, and especially the Finnish bioeconomy strategy, which is also updated at the moment. The forest industry is the backbone or the base of the Finnish economy since Finland's birth and earlier, and this is something that we really want to develop, and wood construction is one of the main fields. And it's the sensible use of forest resources, and we do really use it in construction a lot. 29% of all the built volumes of buildings, they are in wooden houses, meaning that the load-bearing structure is in wood. There are huge differences. In the lower right corner is a upper class summer cottage. There, of course, all of them are in wood. Single family homes, 90% have a wooden frame. Daycare centers, schools, 25%. Farmhouse buildings, 40%. Industrial buildings, around 15 to 20%. Bridges, only 3%. There we have something to learn. And then what is really seen as a challenging market is the multi-story apartment building construction, where we at the moment are around 5% in the market share of wood. What really supports the use of wood in construction in the future is that we are renewing our building law at the moment, land use, land planning and building law. We will also include the whole life carbon counting into the regulations in order to get the building permit. It's it will be a new task for the construction sector or for the designers to then try to. There will be a limit values by the 2025, and then the designers have to find the way how to get there. We will also, at the same time, and counting the carbon footprint, we will also ask the designers to calculate and estimate the carbon handprint. I think I jumped over that slide too fast, but you can also see, well, these are spread these slides, I understand. So then you can see the carbon handprint is a tool to make a bit more. Of course, you have to fill the regulations, but if you want to do, and then also to show it in a standardized way, like, and use it maybe in marketing or something like that, you can then produce information of carbon handprint, a positive climate effect that wouldn't have happened without the construction of that house. And this, the state has to enable this to happen. The construction sector has to be made easy to change into a lower carbon or reduce the carbon emissions of the construction. We have creating an assessment methods. We have a public open generic database for these CO2 data. And then we have to support the development so that these design tools communicate with these databases, and then that it's made easy. We have a national wood construction program in Finland where we focus on the areas that we have found difficulties. We mostly have persuasive knowledge sharing methods, and we also have this through the communication, like that we set up a target for all public buildings, that by 2025 almost half of them should be in wood. Now the figure is 15, so we kind of try to push the industry forward. It's based on governmental plan, of course. There will be a new election in 2 years, and then let's see what comes further. And it's not a huge amount that the state is using. 6-year program, about 13.5 million euros. So it's more of what I call acupuncture, finding the spots where with the small project, with a little bit of funding, things really change. But that requires a really good communication with especially who are really important in this promotion and enabling are the cities and the regions. And then, of course, with the industry, you have to have a good relationship. And I'm really looking forward to the presentations later today. But there is a moment, of course, we hear, the Ossi already mentioned about the new European Bauhaus, and this is really supporting the development, that it has been realized that we have to avoid emissions by not using these fossil toxic materials, and then we have to use, when we use wood, we stock carbon in the built environment. So this combination with the forest and then the buildings is really possible to make in a sustainable way, to have a sustainably sourced wood, and then to have also buildings that are through the methods of industrial prefabricated high-tech wood construction that are better. There are less faults in the buildings, mistakes done, and they are more efficient, maybe even cheaper, and they are better for the people. Together with the forest, we can build a carbon neutral future. Thank you.
Thanks, Petri. Interesting. Let's hear what Esther has to add, or see if there's overlap, and if there's something that we can kind of combine from these two. We are a little bit behind schedule, so Esther, if you could start right away. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, and I think someone is starting my presentation.
Yes, I will do that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So maybe Esther, you could start with your introduction, while Venla is looking for the slides.
Of course. My name is Esther Het Hoen. I work at the Ministry of the Interior and Kingdom Affairs. I am project leader circular construction. I work in the Department of Building Regulation and Building Quality. And my policy focuses on buildings, those are houses and non-residential construction. And the policy concerning infrastructure, such as roads and waterways, is primarily a responsibility of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Water Management. And together we call it construction. Can I have the next slide? Or can I do that? Yes, our goal with the policy for circular construction, our target, is lowering the environmental impact of buildings, that they use less raw materials, create less waste, and create less emissions, and carbon dioxide and nitrogen and other emissions. And circular construction, with, for example, the use of renewable materials such as timber, wood, is a good way of reaching that target. Next slide, please. What is circular construction? How do you do it? The picture is in Dutch, but on the left it is translated. It's of course using what you already have by reusing the materials within the building sector at an equal or higher level, by using bio-based renewable materials such as wood, but grasses also work very well for insulation, by developing the materials in such a way that they have less impact on the environment. For example, developing recyclable concrete or more environmentally friendly alternatives for cement, and of course use less materials. You have to create a longer life cycle by using a different design of buildings so that they are easily adaptable to changing needs, and without gluing and sticking everything together, so that you can reuse them later on. And facilitate future life cycles, which is more fabricating standard components in the factory, which means less materials and less impact. The next slide, please. Our intentions, we want to stimulate supply and innovation through central government demand. the government as a launching customer in the procurement. And one of the goals is that all government procurement should be circular from 2030 and further on. And the government procurement concerns offices and infrastructure and goods like furniture and office supplies and textile and catering. We also use the building decree as an instrument, a policy instrument. I will tell a bit more about that further on. We have to connect our policy for circular building with the climate policies, carbon dioxide reduction, the building policy of new houses. We need lots of new houses in the Netherlands. And of course, the renovation and sustainability policy because we have to reduce the carbon dioxide. We are also working on agreements on data exchange for more circular construction in the form of, for example, material passports. Next slide, please. The building decree is our policy instrument. It contains technical requirements for sustainable building. It has minimum performance requirements on the aspects construction safety, fire safety, health, usability, energy, and environment. Our policy for encouraging circular building focuses on the aspect environment, while of course the other minimum requirements on the other aspects continue to apply. We also have a prescribed assessment method to calculate the requirements. We create movement in the market and create a level playing field by lowering the minimum environment requirements step by step, always in consultation with the market participants and of course our parliament. In this way, we impose regulation on we do not have to impose regulation on specific materials or specific application of materials. The market participants can choose how to meet the requirement and are stimulated to keep on innovating to be able to meet the increasingly stricter requirements. Next slide, please. What are our intentions with the building decree? We are at this moment performing research because we want more circular principles in the assessment method on, for example, renewables, bio-based, biodiversity, and multi-life cycle. We are making the environmental performance requirements for houses and offices stricter step by step. The first step this year was July 1st. We also want the requirement for more building types, not just new houses and offices, but also schools, hospitals, stores. And we also want to research if it is applicable to renovation and transformation. An important aspect of our policy is digitalization and industrialization to upskill the production, to lower costs, optimize the building process and more quality. An aspect of that is also modular building in the factory, a standardization sort of. That can be done well with bio-based products because, and they have less impact on the environment because the material is usually lighter. The last slide, please. Yes. It's logical to focus on materials and to make a choice for bio-based materials when you want to reach a circular economy. But more is needed for a transition to a circular economy. We are only at the start. And I have some questions actually for the discussion. I think I've tackled all the aspects of a circular economy, the kind of materials you need and how do you work together. We talked about, Petri talked about that, because it's a total transition, not just economical, but it's also social and technical. And hopefully it's a just transition, fair to everybody. And I think it'd be interesting in the discussion to talk about, did I forget an aspect of this transition, or is there something, are there questions about the policy in the Netherlands? Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Very interesting. And I have a question to both of you, because both Petri and you mentioned that to use persuasive arguments, basically using the government or the public sector to stimulate the industry to make change. In Petri's presentation, there was also that by 2025, 45% of the public buildings should be made out of wood. At the moment, you're at 15%. I'm checking my calendar now, we're 2021, there's 4 years to go to add 30% building stock. Is persuasive enough to make this change? Because we all know that the construction industry is old-fashioned because of the risks involved. Nobody wants to be a pioneer because there's warranties. So Petri, do you think we are going to make it, or do we need some other policy to make this go faster?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And then we are putting the pressure on the cities and the regions, because they have the tools to then change, to force the change. And they have the tools, of course, related to their own procurement of public buildings. They also have the tools of the land planning and the city planning to guide the building sector into this. So this goal for 45% is very ambitious, but we see it still as a possibility. The goals were published 1 year ago, and of course the goals themselves don't change. They change a little bit of the attitude. They change of the attitude when we of the cities, and we have heard a lot of comments from the cities that this was really a good way to proceed, to set the high standard from the state view, and then we also have a little bit of funding for the projects in the cities, for the municipalities, and then we see that there is now cooking really a lot of wood construction coming up. Maybe not 45%, but I'm really looking forward to and really great growth.
But should it be a quota rather than a goal?
Yeah, it's the semantics, but
well, no, because like we don't have any choice at some point, so we have to go fast. And that's maybe also like what I would like to ask to Esther, because with circular construction, I think on paper it looks really good, but actually, and there's some vernacular architecture, of course, where, like, for example, in Finland, the log building, you could almost describe as circular construction because they can be reused. But again, the building industry is old-fashioned, and it's now like the building moves from the construction company to the owner of the building, with all the kind of responsibility to that circular economy is then also moved forward to the next party. So we need a different look at the construction industry. How do we make that change? Not only materials, but the whole way of looking at construction. Is persuasive enough, or also do we need there to be a bit more pushy in a way to make construction companies take bigger responsibilities and developers?
Maybe we should be more pushy. It's of course a discussion also we have with our parliament, because the building decree, we can make it more pushy by lowering the environmental requirements, because then companies have to companies have to make different choices to reach that requirement, but we can't do it in too big of steps, because then the companies can't keep up. It has to be ambitious, but you can't make them, they have to be able to keep up, or at least about 80% or maybe 70% have to keep up. Yeah. So because you don't want to ruin the market or the economy.
You could say at the moment that other materials or other construction methods, they have an advantage because they are not paying for the damage that they do to the future, to future generations. Should we have a carbon tax in construction?
Yeah, maybe it's definitely a discussion in Dutch politics. I think it would help, but it's not something I can decree. So it's part of the discussion because the circular economy is an important goal of the Dutch government. So we're going to have to make it somehow. So I think there'll be stricter targets in the future.
Petri, what do you?
Yeah, I agree. Especially now, the building sector, these emissions are not recognized, so they have to be made visible. And then we also look at the emissions that are taking place in China or in South America when getting copper out of the soil. So this is something to make them visible. But as a regulatory side, I see this environmental performance is the tool then to put the limits to all construction materials and then make them strict enough so that there is a change needed. And then maybe financial support for the circularity is needed, because that's really in something that you really have to also work with new methods of how to CE mark a recycled wooden beam or something, how to make it possible. So there is a lot of things to be sorted out before that is really possible for the companies to really start using the recycled materials. So but regulatory, we are not going for a force to build in wood or renewable materials. We are looking for this low carbon construction as a tool.
Then one last question, because you both represent one country of 27 in the EU. Should this actually be domestic policy, or should this be solved on the European level? Because Finland has the trees, Holland has a huge demand. All these things are intertwined. We can't solve it alone.
Yeah, good question.
Good idea.
Please, Esther.
Yeah. Well, I think it's already a European discussion, because our environmental requirements are based on European regulation. So there is I think in Europe there is a sort of view which way we have to go, but maybe it will help if there were stricter sort of goals, which way we have to go, and maybe on land use. I'm not sure how that works in Europe. If you can say Finland has to grow all the trees for the rest of Europe, I don't know if that works.
Petri, would that work?
Yeah, we can grow more, definitely. Okay. And but we don't want to work as a carbon sink in the forest, for the kind of forest sink to take care of the EU fossil emissions. This we don't want to, but we want to utilize the forest in the. But curious to hear about this environmental performance in Holland. You see a positive development, of course, but maybe it's not now, but later discussion. We want to see how you evaluate the impact of the regulation, how much the emissions have gone down. But that is another discussion, maybe later, or maybe you have a report in English of it.
Also. Oh, yes, okay. Yeah.
So we can exchange business cards later, but thanks, Petri and Esther. And it was nice because this was, of course, on the country level. And next up, we go to the regional level. I think Petri already mentioned it, that actually cities and provinces or regions have a big role to play, because they actually have the tools to implement these quotas, or maybe for now we call them goals, maybe quotas in the future. So we will have Bob van der Zande, who's an urban strategist from Amsterdam. I think, Bob, we've actually been in another panel discussion earlier. There's also Pia Tunus, who is from the Helsinki-Uusimaa region. and they will both have some time and a small discussion afterwards as well. Petri and Esther, please, if there's any questions to your regional parts, then jump into the discussion later on as well. Bob, if you could start.
Yes, well, thank you for the invitation to be here, and good morning, everyone. I have been working in the city of Amsterdam for a long time, and I'm an urban designer by training, but I used to work with the real estate industry very much. I was responsible for the land use and for the urban development in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, and later on much more for the metropolitan region. I think it's important to say that all the things that were said already by Esther, which is happening on the national level, is very important. But I think what we are doing in the metropolitan region of Amsterdam is very concrete. We try to be very specific in what we want and how we want it, etc. And I will take you through the story. At the beginning, I would like to say I have 3 takeaways I want to talk with you about a little bit. One is I think targets really help. They make people and organizations more sharp, and they push more. It was already said, how can you push the real estate industry, but also the public side, the municipalities. The second one is the collaboration is key. If you don't collaborate in the whole development of locations and the development of buildings, and the trust you have to have in between the public and the private sector, it won't happen enough. And the third one is that the whole chain is so important to look at it, because if you just take 1 or 2 things out and change it, it won't happen. You have to have the whole chain and redesign, you can say, the chain, which is already done in other places. Considerations already done, I think, by the former 2 speakers. It's good to mention also the city deal, which has been an initiative of the central government about circularity. It's very important. But we in the metropolitan region of Amsterdam, we focus mainly now on bio-based and building in wood, next to the people that are busy with the circularity also on a municipal and regional level. But my story is about the timber and the building wood. And getting it more, you could say, more efficient is one of the main things. We think we use the triple helix collaboration, which is known, I suppose, which means the municipalities, the provinces, the real estate industry, and all the aspects of the real estate industry. Talk about construction companies, the developers, the investors, the institutional pension fund investors, but also all kinds of, and the housing associations, of course, which is a large part of the construction needed. But also the knowledge institutes, and we're not talking about universities only, we're talking about all levels. And the 2 things I want to emphasize on is the new chain, which I already said, along with the building wood. There has to be some guidance from the public and the private sector. There has to be a push downwards, I think, otherwise it won't happen. I mean, what you said already is that the construction industry is pretty traditional, and the changes are, the transition you want to is not easy. And the second one is, I think, the whole modular development, already said, the digitalization, which makes it more possible to reduce costs and to speed up the whole construction. We have this target in the metropolitan region. We say in 4 years' time, 20% of all residential development, that's our focus, should be in wood. And now it's only 2%, so it's 10 times more. And we say, well, this is one of the sectors we can influence easily I mean, public buildings aren't constructed that much, although there's schools, there's other kinds of buildings, but the need for residential development is very high, which means that 20% is 4,000 homes in the metropolitan region of Amsterdam yearly. We said we have to have a definition. What will we count? We will only count the supporting structures, not the facades, and we only count in volume. Let's say I'll talk about it a little bit later. I think the commitment by public officials and the private sector CEOs is key, and we've done that by creating a steering committee, which functions only a few months yet, but it works very, very well because you see that, for instance, the real estate industry, the top CEOs, they were doubtful half a year ago. And then in only half a year, there has been a change in thinking very much. This is really speeding up the whole transition we want to. And I think three things are very important. The business cases, of course. People mentioned that it's still a little bit more expensive. The knowledge sharing is key on all levels, not only universities and students in university, but also in the workers. And then locations, pointing out where would we want to build in wood. This is an example in Amsterdam. The highest tower is a hybrid tower in concrete and wood, and it's just finished. Locations, well, both cities have locations, but also project developers have positions. And we asked them to point out locations, and they did. Although we only have now locations for 6,000 woningen, it's the Dutch word, but it's homes. And we need much more. I mean, if you want to produce 4,000 per year, you need an extra, let's say, some 24,000 now. So we're looking at this together with all the parties. The housing associations are joining forces in North Holland and everywhere in the Netherlands too. And it means that their joint discussion can be influenced by this whole target we have. And they are really listening, and they're really trying to get this into a sort of agreement they want to make with the construction industry. Then we have this sustainability top next week. We will sign the covenant, the agreement, and we expect that all real estate industries that were already committed will sign. But one of the things that is very important is that the building envelopes we have in all the different municipalities are pretty much different. And they asked us, okay, we want to step into this, but please make more alignment in the approach of the whole region in how you formulate these envelopes and what the rules and regulations are, because otherwise we have so many different solutions to design. And although there's rules and regulations on a national level, they don't steer that much in building in wood. They are not a problem yet, but if you want to really push forward, you have to do something about the regulations. This is a project in Almere, a social housing project by a housing association, which is being started. Second, well, the business cases, we talked with many people that are working with project, but also the calculators, the bureaus that advise people in the real estate industry, and this is what came out. Low rise is already the same business case. Middle rise, it's 10% more, but if you look at the whole chain, it might be even the same price. High rise is a little bit more expensive because of the combination of wood and other materials and the solutions that are a little bit more difficult. We all think the scaling up, the routine and solutions, and the calculations and looking at the whole chain will make it more affordable in a few years' time. And you have to calculate also with the shorter building time, which is more affordable, the revenues that come earlier. There's almost no waste. I heard a story about a big constructor in the Netherlands, the biggest, I think, and he was telling me that waste costs this organization 50 million each year, and their profit is only 20 million. So this is a strange sort of thing that if you can produce without waste, and building in wood is almost without waste, it's more affordable. This is another example of a cooperative building that is going to be constructed in Amsterdam Eiburg. So there's all kinds of examples that are already being prepared or built. Well, the last point of realization is the knowledge agenda, which is very important because both at the public side and the private side, they all say, well, our organization isn't ready yet because the knowledge of building in wood is not that high. So this is really key to get to the next step. And we say, well, it's not about knowledge only, it's also about the skills, being able, the motivation. Is there a push from the CEOs? Is there a push to innovate? Is there a sort of do people like to innovate? No, normally not, but it's very important, and it's for the organizations that are really want to step out and step forward. It's important, and we use all kinds of tools like webinars, community of practice, handbooks, excursions, but we are going to use, let's say, what is already happening. For instance, the NEPROM, the umbrella organization of all the project developers, is already developing a whole program of knowledge sharing. Well, then to end with the chances and challenges, I think innovation, modernizing employment is a very important thing. It should be more clean and attractive. It's very hard to get the right workers at this moment. We get them from all over Europe, but it's still not enough to produce 100,000 homes per year. So the whole industrialization and more modular building will be very important to get to this target. And the whole, you could say the way the metropolitan region is now coordinating this is very much, people like it, the organizations like it. They say, well, we need some sort of umbrella to work together, although it's only a part of the Netherlands. But I think we are an example for the Netherlands how to work on a regional level now. And I hope after signing the covenant, we really make steps forward, like in the next few years. Which is important is that the rules and regulations on a national level will be somewhat adjusted in favor of building in wood. I think the knowledge about business cases is going to grow quickly. We need open source methods to really share what solutions there are. Also, let's say if you look at the fire regulators, the permits around fire regulations, they are not used to it in most municipalities. So there's many extra research done now. And of course, in a few years' time, there's standard solutions that everyone will accept. And I think it's very important that we continue the public-private steering committee. Now it's 5 deputy mayors, you can say, and it's 5 people from the highest level of the real estate industry. They are really the chair, for instance, of the NEPROM and the chair of the institutional investors, the IVBN, but also a professor from the university. And this steering committee is really having an impact in the whole region. Well, this is to end with a book which we it's translated into Dutch now, and we have an edition of the metropolitan region. And at the left is the agreement, the covenant, which will be signed. And this is an example of how in this book we have people saying, well, like the Deputy Mayor of Amsterdam saying, well, this is important, we should do this. For instance, at the right, it's the guy who is now, he's CEO of Vesteda, and he's the chair of IVBN, which is the umbrella of all pension fund managers. And he also says, well, we should do this, although this is important that we take all of our organization with us, because it's not only the CEOs, but also the people in the organization. Okay, that's what I wanted to tell you. And I think the trust between the public and the private sector at this point is a very important issue. And that's what I want to end with. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, I guess because you need the private sector on board to be able to move fast. So then we go now to Pia Dynys, who's the Chief Advisor for the Helsinki-Uusimaa region. So maybe you could say that it's Bob's counterpart in Finland. Pia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And good morning, Netherlands. Huomenta kaikille. My name is Pia Dynys, and I work here as a Chief Advisor in Climate Change here in Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council. And we had a very interesting discussion earlier this week with Bob, and I noticed that you are far away from us, but I also noticed that we are on the same track. I've been here in a regional council only 2 years, and we've been preparing the climate roadmap for Helsinki-Uusimaa region, and I've been thinking a lot how to promote this wood construction and timber transition. But from my first point, I sit here in a regional development department, and I was thinking how we could solve these global challenges. As we all know, we are facing huge challenges on Earth, and what can we do? Maybe our biggest challenge is the climate change, but at the same time, we are facing suffering from biodiversity loss, growing consumption, resource scarcity, population growth, pandemics, digitalization, and also transformation of work. So there are huge changes going on here, and what we need is a whole systemic change. And what Bob mentioned about the triple helix, we've been developing this kind of quintuple helix model, and we see that regions can work as facilitators for systemic change. We have this public sector who can serve as an engine or facilitator or navigator, and also a funder for the change. Then we have this RDI sector, who are the solutions providers. And for that, we have Regional Innovation Strategy, RIS3, which steers the funding for RDI. Then we have private sector, who has environmental responsibility and climate commitments. And for example, we have Avia network here in Helsinki-Uusimaa region, and they set the new Green Deal manifesto to be carbon neutral by 2030. So it consists the airport operators and also municipalities. In city of Espoo, we also have wide public-private collaboration development processes going on, and it will give us new solutions how to develop the cooperation between public and private sector. But the cooperation is the core. As also Bob mentioned, we need this kind of triple helix cooperation towards ecosystem development and also co-development and co-creating. And our methods are innovation portfolios, and also we need this kind of very fast piloting to find new solutions to operate differently for the system change. But what we also have included here is society. We have EU's Climate Pact and the idea is to have also public-private people partnerships. For that, we have some nudging processes like Climate Nudge project here in Helsinki-Uusimaa region. We have civic panel debates to find new solutions and discuss about the huge problems what we need to be done here in climate change mitigation. But then we also have environment. I think this donut model is very famous in Netherlands, and we are trying to learn it here in Finland. But we do have planetary boundaries, and we need monitoring to be inside the core. So this is our model to develop our climate work further on. And I think the experiences what you have in Amsterdam region, it gives us a promise that these will be the steps to carry on. And one new thing what I want to add here and advertise is we'll have this carbon handprint tool developed by Climate Leadership Coalition, and it will be finished maybe early spring, so you will hear from it more. But we have prepared a carbon neutral Helsinki-Uusimaa region 2035 roadmap during last week, and it was in our regional board last December, and it was accepted there, so it is quite new. And in our roadmap, we have taken the sustainable goals from United Nations, and then we have EU's carbon neutral goals. But in Finland, we have in our governmental program, we have set a new goal to be carbon neutral by 2035. And also our goal from our roadmap comes from Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Program, and it was set as early as 2017. So we have quite ambitious goal here in region, and actually we have a brand new regional program just published for statements, and in there we gonna tighten the target to be climate neutral by 2030. We also have this regional innovation strategy, which has resource wisdom as a roof theme, and there is climate neutrality, one of the 3 focus areas. And we have carbon neutral targets of many, many actors in this region. And if we look at the wood construction and timber transition, we do have this 11th of SDGs, which is sustainable cities and communities, and it gives us the way towards more sustainable cities. We have EU's climate targets and the new European Bauhaus, which has been mentioned a few times here today. And in Finnish governmental program has been set a target to double the timber construction during the governmental period until 2023. And we have written down the same target to our climate roadmap. So in our policy process, there was discussion also to quadruple the amount of timber construction, but we felt that it's pretty ambitious and it stayed as it was. Here are the 6 focus areas of our regional climate work. We have climate smart land use and construction, then of course smart and emission-free mobility and fast and fair energy transition. We have climate neutral circular economy, sustainable consumption and production. And in addition, we also have these carbon sinks and emission compensation as a 6th focus area. And if we think about wood and timber construction, we have included wood construction in our land use part, but we also have carbon sinks and storages here in the 6th path. And also, of course, we have circular economy in construction in our focus area of circular economy. So I think this wood construction is included in many ways in our climate work. In our climate smart land use and construction focus area, we have set 5 different policy lines, and one of them is promoting carbon neutral construction. And how we can do it, we have a to-do list for the regional climate work. And the ways are to increase information on construction emissions and the climate impacts of different building materials, and introduce carbon footprint calculations, life cycle assessments, common standards and concepts. And for example, we have some research projects going on here, and we also have 2 housing fairs, this year in Lohja and last year in Tuusula in our region, and there was calculations of the different building materials. So we have some comparison information of the wood and concrete buildings. Then we need to strengthen the expertise in the field. As also Bob mentioned, we need both by supporting training programs in wood construction and by increasing expertise in municipalities and the construction industry. We need to promote wood construction on a large scale in cooperation with various actors, also utilizing the expertise of the region's universities, colleges and research institutes. And for this, we have a new steering group for our risk strategy, and it also includes all of our universities and colleges and research institutes. So it's one kind of a forum to discuss about this. We have to focus activities comprehensively on the entire process, from the design to impacts during construction and material choices and energy solutions. So it needs to be a very wide process. And we need to increase and diversify the use of wood in public constructions and renovation, and also in new construction projects. And municipalities have started it, and we do have projects going on to build wooden schools and other public buildings. And we also need to acknowledge the requirements of effective ventilation and good indoor air as part of the goals of carbon neutral construction. It's been a wide discussion of it, and it needs to be remembered. And last but not least, we need to encourage municipalities to set targets for timber construction and to take into account and promote timber construction in planning and building regulations. So we have recognized nearly the same methods as Bob told from Amsterdam. So it's very interesting to see that we are following you here a little bit behind. And how do we make a systemic change in construction sectors? Here are our first steps. They might be more like baby steps, but we're gonna hopefully go for giant leaps on one day. First, we have, as I told you, we have set this regional target for wood construction. We have human resources. We have now wood construction expert in our regional council, Heli Vauhkonen, who is here today. And we have promotion seminars, events like this and we have started this last year with Ministry of Environment to have a regional wood construction seminar. And then we have funded projects. We have in Real 2030 research project, we have clarified the importance of construction and timber construction in municipal emissions and the carbon footprint and their role in carbon neutral growing city. In addition, it identified the currently used land use policy instruments and the related development needs in the municipalities' carbon neutrality activities. Then we have Urwood project, which has just started, and it will develop Uusimaa for green growth through innovation in urban wood construction. We will hear the results further on. Then during the summer, we have started this humble timber project together with Ministry of Environment, Cities and Demos think tank for developing a new humble governance method and process for creating strong consensus in regional wood construction. We have Aleksi Neuvonen here today from Demos in our panel discussion further on, so you will listen also him today. And then we have a wide range about these wood construction projects going on here in the region. We have a wooden city projects, plenty of them in Helsinki. We have wooden Kivistö project in Vantaa. We will have Housing Fair 2024 in Kerava. We have Wooden Center in Porvoo and Ecological Wooden Block in Järvenpää. So just to mention few. So unfortunately, I didn't have nice pictures from them, but probably we can continue the discussion and present them further on in our cooperation. Our main message is that we need cooperation and collaboration with public-private RDI and people partnerships all together towards a 1.5-degree future. Thank you. This was my presentation today.
Thanks, Bob and Pia. Really nice. And it's also nice to see that both regions are so ambitious in their goals and in the transition. That, of course, leads to one question, because both Amsterdam and Helsinki are wealthy regions as such. Also, the square meter price of construction, I think in Amsterdam it's around 6,500 euros per square meter. In Helsinki, the average price might be a bit below that, but pretty comparable. So maybe it's semi-easy to get the industry on board on that, because there's enough profit to be made. But how can this knowledge be shared with other regions that are less well off, or other regions in Europe that maybe don't have the same resources as your regions have?
I can say something about it's much bigger, the metropolitan region of Amsterdam, than Amsterdam only. We're talking about 32 municipalities and 2 provinces. And for instance, in Lelystad, the price of a house is much lower than in Amsterdam. And in Permanent, it's the same. These are cities not so far from Amsterdam, but the difference is high. And I think it's all about, of course, when the resources are higher, you can put more quality in the buildings, but also the land use prices are higher in Amsterdam, much higher. They're a residue of the whole value of a building. And I think I hear about other regions in the Netherlands where if you look at the complete chain, and you do it from the beginning in the right way, and you do it modular, you do it by industrialization, and you use the digital platforms, then it's very good to be done to do it in an affordable way. And the resources, you might say in the whole of the Netherlands, the resources, the prices of living and the prices of houses are going up. So it's, I think in every level, in every city, it's possible. Even in social housing, many people ask me, is this only for the elite? Is this only for the high-end housing? No, the housing associations are proving it that it's possible in social housing.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Pia, something to add?
Yeah, if I can add, I see the collaboration and cooperation as a way to also to upscale and accelerate this development. And we have set a network of northern frontrunners, Helsinki region, Stockholm, Copenhagen, Amsterdam, and also Hamburg. We have this Big Five network, but it hasn't been during the Corona period. We haven't had many meetings, but idea is to accelerate the chains of good practices, and I think we need these kind of front runners also to give information for the other regions. But we have many international networks, and we can bring this message also to other regions that are not as far as we are.
Yeah, thanks. Then one last question, because you mentioned, Pia, that renovation is an important part of it as well. Bob mentioned 100,000 houses per year, but of course the biggest part of our housing stock has already been built. So how to integrate that into a circular economy? Because we always think of circular economy from here forward, but what about the building stock that already exists?
Pia, you first.
Yeah, well, I think this is pretty difficult question, and we are developing new models in circular economy in construction sector. But I think we have this renovation wave initiative from EU side, and probably it's more to be done with energy efficiency in the existing building stock. But we also need to develop methods to utilize the parts or modulars from the existing stock. And we have, for example, here in our region, we have this Hyppy project. It's called Jump, and we try to move another building to a new place, so that we might maybe build some sort of parking building from the existing apartment building. So we have this kind of circular economy projects, but how to combine it with timber construction, I think it's more like future, because if we think wooden building, it's more easy to change the parts if they are made from wood. So I think this is more about the future projects, if we think about circular economy.
I can add two things. I think if you talk about renovation and, let's say, building an extra layer on top of buildings, which is done often in all kinds of situations, in all kinds of cities, the material is much lighter. So that housing associations, for instance, that do this a lot, they recognize already that this is a good way of using timber. And the other one is that I spoke to a director of a housing association, and he said, well, I realized only recently how much carbon emission is coming from our working as renovating our stock, our portfolio. And then for a week I couldn't sleep anymore. I really realized that we have to change, and that we have to use bio-based material like all kinds of materials that are available already for isolation, etc. And they are talking about this, for instance, in North Holland, but also in other parts. And I think the umbrella organization of the housing association in the Netherlands, ADES, should have a front runner position in this. They're not yet that far, but I think they will make that step. And then it is something that will be done in many housing associations. And this is already 30% of all the housing stock in the Netherlands. So that might help a lot.
Thanks, Bob. Yeah, I see one of the panelists already popping up. Apologies to the panelists that we are a little bit late. I hope you didn't go for lunch just yet. But let's move to the panel discussion. We will have several experts discussing how a city region can promote wood construction. We will have Anna-Riita Kujola from the city of Vantaa, who is responsible for the Kivistö district. There's Jenny Rovio from Motiva, sustainability consultant for public and the private sector. Alexei Neuvonen, he was already mentioned before, one of the founders of Demos Helsinki, which is an independent think tank based here in Helsinki. There's Janni Kunen from the Radboud Universiteit Nijmegen, quite close to where I'm from originally, who is writing a PhD on supply chain management and with a focus on the timber construction. And then there's Martijn Pol, design director, among others, from Boom Builds. But Martijn, I saw that you actually founded more companies, but here you're to represent Boom Builds, I guess. It would be nice if you could, because of course our viewers, they don't know you yet. So if you could all within a few minutes present yourself, what you do, and what is your relationship with the wood construction, to kind of get an understanding that how you're invested in this. So maybe we could start with Anna-Riita.
Thank you, Willem. Good day, everyone. I am Anna-Riita Kujala, and I've studied and worked as an architect, environmental artist, and urban planner internationally. And I think it's absolutely necessary to address environmental issues globally, and definitely with coordinated actions from governments, corporations, and civil society. And this is why I'm so happy to be here today to represent the city of Vantaa. I'm currently working as a head of Kivistö detail planning team, as Willem was saying, and my job is the strategic and operational management. The heart of our work is Kivistö, one of the largest urban development projects in Europe. And in it, our main themes are, of course, making Kivistö sustainable. And we want to promote themes like children's city, winter city, energy self-sufficient, edible city, and of course, wooden city. And today I'm very happy to be telling how we do it and what we do to promote timber construction in Kivistö and Vantaa. And then there was also a little tiny question about, do I live in a wooden house or not? And unfortunately, I have to say I do not, but I do live in a very, very sustainable, over 100-year-old brick house. So I guess it's okay. But so I know I'm still dreaming of my own little wooden house, a little mökki somewhere deep in the woods. Hopefully one day it will become true.
But we can see the beautiful patina of a brick building behind you as well.
Can't you indeed? So, yeah.
Yes.
This is my home. Welcome.
Yes. And Jenny, could you introduce yourself? And also, do you live in a wooden house?
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Nice to be here. I'm Jenny Rovio, and I'm working for Motiva, which is state-owned company. We are promoting sustainable development, and I'm working in the circular economy team. But I'm specified on sustainable and innovative public procurements. So that's my field, which I'm looking these questions. So Motiva is right now supporting the wood building program. We are giving information, advices. We are doing education, and also we have this co-development with municipalities. And right now we have 10 municipalities and cities which are doing the development together. And Motiva's help desk services for the wood construction is working from this year to next year. Okay. And yeah, so what about if I have lived in a wooden house? Yes, I have actually in the middle of pine forest, half of my life in northern part of Finland. And also now I'm living with my family in a row house, actually wooden framed house.
Okay.
So that's good.
Thanks, Jenny. And Aleksi from Demos Helsinki.
Hello, I'm Aleksi Neuden, co-founder of Demos Helsinki, currently in charge of our content development. My training is from philosophy and then future studies, so not necessarily that close from building, but I've grown to appreciate the role of built environment infrastructure as a kind of a major determinant of direction of our societies. And as the goal of Demos Helsinki is currently to ensure that the transition to the next era, which has to be carbon neutral, will be fair, sustainable, and joyful. It's quite evident that it also has to take into account the building stock that we have, and that is also a great factor. Also, I mean, what comes to the also all the kind of using the carbon budget that we have left, but also really guiding the lifestyles of people and choices. So also embodying plenty of the values that we have towards the transition. And we believe that it's not only a process of dependent on material, but largely about how people feel about the agency. Yeah. And that is through various ways. I mean, not only as kind of a city dwellers, but various other ways. We are here, and I'm here mainly, as Pia mentioned previously, that we are initiating a project called Humble Timber together with the Regional Council and the wood construction program that will provide a new R&D and governance tool for promoting timber construction. Yeah. And the question, do I live in a
wooden house?
Building I live in a house.
Wooden bookshelf, at least, I see.
I do, and that was one of the best purchases I've ever done, because they promise it will last for 100 years. And but yeah, I grew up in a wooden building built in 1920s, built from material from previous buildings built in early 19th century. Now I'm living in a 118 years old brick building, so I have something to compare.
Okay. Yes. Thanks, and good that you mentioned fair as well, because of course the sustainability goals. It's not only about materials, but also the impact of the building on society and on communities. Janni, could you introduce yourself? PhD researcher at the Radboud Universiteit Nijmegen.
Yeah, my name is Janni Koenen. I'm a PhD researcher at Radboud University, where the university is located in Nijmegen, which is in the southern part of the Netherlands. My research focuses on the effects of deep uncertainty and dynamic complexity on the process of decision-making in a transition towards closed-loop supply chain management. And closed-loop supply chain management means actually that you have a lot of supply chain actors who have a function in a certain supply chain, and all those supply chains together, closed-loop supply chains together, form like the circular economy. I concentrate on the construction industry, and then specifically the timber construction industry. And we at Radboud developed a methodology to study the effects on deep uncertainty and dynamic complexity on decision-making towards closed-loop supply chain management. But the methodology also aims to support decision makers to deal with the uncertainty and complexity in case it hampers the process of decision making. The additional aim of the methodology is also to fundamentally change the way of thinking and acting in current supply chains, which means changing from one-dimensional static and probabilistic approach towards a multidimensional dynamic and exploratory approach. Because that is actually what we need to be more climate adaptive and to be more circular in a way of thinking and acting. For me as well, I do not live in a wooden house because I live in a rented house, so other people made the decisions to use certain materials. But earlier this year, I dismantled a wooden tiny house, and I would like to rebuild that house again to live in. But now the land and houses are really expensive in the Netherlands, so I have to wait.
So that's circular construction on small scale with a tiny house. So yeah. You're doing what you're preaching in a way.
Yeah.
And then last but not least, Martijn from Boombuilds.
Yeah, thanks, Willem, and nice to be surrounded by well, a quite diverse group of people in this panel. I'm an entrepreneur, and we try to put our thinking into practice, and we want to show and test what we think is best to do. Boombuilds is an open source platform, and through that open source platform, we connect architects, developers, landowners, and future residents at the most early stage possible. And normally you will have linear supply chain, but we built an interactive platform where future residents can already speak up, where landowners can already reach out, and architects already proactively design wooden construction buildings, even if there's not a client for it yet. Because we believe by now we know which buildings that have been built are successful already, so why should we start all over and think of something new if we can learn from the past a lot more? And so it's a very pragmatic and practical approach in order to speed up. So what Boombuilds is in essence, we are a producer contractor, so we build buildings by using bio-based construction in a modular fashion. It's a modular prefabrication process. Very sustainable, circular, and long-lasting. It's produced in the factory. We import it from Estonia. And so the Estonian factory is surrounded by wood production and a slightly lower wage labor market in Estonia. So there's an economic incentive to do it there. Worker conditions are very well because people work inside the factory year round, and we're not facing the heavy rains in the Netherlands or a soft winter or whatever. And why do we do this? Because me, trained as an architect, working together with the developer, we were looking for establishing our ambition to make affordable wooden construction possible. We could not find it in our backyards and in the Dutch landscape. So we started looking around and found a company in Estonia with whom we collaborate intensely, and that's where Boombuilds emerges in order to speed up high quality, relatively affordable bio-based construction as rapid prototypes. So we don't do the R&D for one-offs. Everything we do should be replicable and scalable. And I would like to request you, so the first launching customer is my partner in Boombuilds, and the first project is Common Woods. So you can have a look at www.commonwoods.nl. And we believe this project is a lighthouse project, is not as affordable as we want it to be, but learning from this first project, we want to replicate and speed up. As urban designers, we have been involved in the Kerava master plan and the famous model of a housing fair, which I appreciate a lot from Finland. And we are collaborating with Sireco, a very innovative, forward-thinking company. So also joining this panel, I would like to strengthen the ties with Finland, because I've until now found out that there's free spirits and forward-minded policies, people and companies with whom we can do what we believe is best to do. So happy to join.
Thanks, Martijn. And immediately the first question to you, because you were saying that you're consulting or working with architects, with developers, with municipalities. So we heard on a country or domestic level, on the regional level, we already heard about the targets or goals or maybe quotas that they were talking about. Do you think they've succeeded in the promotion of timber architecture, or is there more talk, less action?
Well, the policies are lagging a little bit behind, but of course, speeding up makes sense. And the examples Bob van der Zande is pushing, it's really remarkable, and it's mostly welcomed. But of course, in giving this push right now, so I could not say that it has pushed us, but of course, the push needs to happen to make a larger move in the industry. I think we are operating at the storm front of where the industry is moving towards. So I do believe in taxing CO2 emissions and maybe stimulating by some subsidies for the time being, and putting quota and the 20% bio-based construction within the region, I think helps, and just put your target. I don't see that the Netherlands is speeding up that fast, because what I did see in the Finland presentation is that a target which was set on 2035 is now being kept at 2030. So the same target is reached earlier. That's not where we are in the Netherlands yet. I could dream of, but of course, as mentioned, the MRA and the Bouwstroom and the policy making and framing, it does help. So I embrace it, and I rather see it going faster.
Yeah, Anna-Rita, you're of course on the municipal level to implementing these goals. And how do you see it, like as a city or as representing a municipality? How can you promote wood construction and get the private sector on board? And for example, help Martijn out in building more in wood?
Well, first of all, this is a good chance to promote our first ever timber construction policy of the city of Vantaa, which we are just about to publish. We've been working at it for the last year, and our aim is to publish it within this year. And the policy is kind of like a 5-year program, which is based on the National Wood Program. But for us, the key is that it will be supporting and getting us to our aim of being carbon neutral city 2030. So with this policy, we are setting kind of targets and measures to how to promote timber construction in Vantaa. One of the ideas is to name annually a new timber neighborhood area. The first one was Puukivista, Timberkivistä, which was nominated 2018 already. And it's a neighborhood of some like 10 blocks in the future, housing 1,000 new inhabitants, nursery, wooden parking house, etc. It's currently, the construction has been delayed because of Lahokaviosammal, one certain protected moss, which we love, of course. But eventually, I mean, I think we'll get started with the construction this year anyway. So the idea is that we will annually name a new wooden neighborhood within the Vantaa area. So that's one of the kind of policies that we're doing. Of course, as a city, we can promote timber construction in planning, land use contracts, tendering processes, and in our own construction, which we are already doing. We are constructing nursery, schools, etc. in wood, which is of course a big thing for a big city within Finnish premises, as Vantaa is. And also, I think, like we do kind of call in our timber policy, we say that our main aim is to be carbon neutral, and timber construction is of course just one of the ways to get there, but definitely one important way. And yeah, I guess the National Wood Program does give us a good kind of a backdrop for our policies, but I think, of course, probably the main cities in Finland are already doing quite a lot to promote timber construction. But yeah, Martin, definitely welcome to Kivistö. We love timber construction, and we'd like to have new actors in Vantaa.
Thanks, Anna-Riita. And Jenny, maybe you could add on that, because you were saying that you're consulting 10 municipalities. Of course, Vantaa is part of the metropolitan region, tied to Helsinki. I guess from the 10 other municipalities that you're representing, it's all over Finland. So how is the experience from the rest of the country?
Well, I think Helsinki region is kind of forerunner, but also Tampere. Well, that's not in our group, but they are also doing quite a lot of work in the field to promote wood construction, and they have good policies and strategies also. But for the smaller cities and municipalities, I think they are quite innovative, and the key issue is to actually to make the area's economic growth better by this building more timber buildings, and also I think the vitality and the image of the municipalities can be really increased and promotes doing this.
What would you say are the main challenges for these smaller municipalities to get this forward?
Well, I think the people there are not enough to make the big change immediately, because the civil servant they kind of in a hurry, and also they need more knowledge also about the procurement, tendering processes, how to do it, and so and also education. So all about lack of resources too.
Yeah, thanks. And Alexi, because of course we see that all the cities are treating the private sector with set in gloves in a way, or being really careful. What do you think? Should it be a carrot or a stick approach to get this happening and forward? Like if it's not going fast enough?
Well, of course, in theory, cities have rather kind of a strong weapons, sticks, hard sticks to kind of encourage this and really kind of, if they want to be honest to their kind of climate targets, they have to do this. I mean, if you wish to get the life cycle emissions of construction sector to the level the ambition is, there are the sticks, and that has to be remembered. At the same time, I mean, construction industry is a difficult one in what comes to kind of doing R&D. I mean, it's quite seldom done in a laboratory, to be honest. It happens quite often in a networked manner in ecosystems of really kind of implementing something, which means that it requires, an approach where there's a kind of new way of kind of putting together when you are introducing a big transformation, as we are doing here. I mean, coming from a kind of a totally different paradigm of construction towards one in which we have to kind of get the life cycle emissions down. We have to kind of introduce new kind of innovations, and in that respect, I would say that also municipalities have to take an approach in which they are actually initiating some type of innovation process together with kind of a great number of actors. I mean, developers, construction companies, and so on. And that's where we need new tools. So I think municipalities have to kind of really take a new role there and acknowledge that we have to kind of really do it together. And that's why we are introducing humble timber approach, or overall humble governance approach, which acknowledges that there's a kind of a need for great transformation, a long-term goal, but it requires plenty of peer learning and also being kind of listening to each other and kind of having an iterative process towards that.
Yeah, you were saying that R&D in construction is of course hard because it's not in a laboratorium setting, but these are real life buildings that people use. Anna-Rita was saying that the city of Vantaa is using basically daycares, schools as pilot projects. Maybe we could say as a little bit of R&D. But Anna-Rita, at some point the city has done its part, build a few examples. What do you expect the private sector to do after that?
Well, I do expect the private sector to play their part now, not in the future once we've finished with our construction, which is of course ongoing anyway in a growing city. So right now I think like areas like Puukivisto, Timberkivisto is there to demand wooden construction only. Our main challenge is in with increasing wooden construction in private sector at the moment has been to find developers who would be ready to build owner-occupied dwellings out of wood. So there's no problem in developing rental flats, but owner-occupied dwellings seems like it's a no-go. And this is luckily finally seeming to be changing. I think it's thanks to us citizens becoming more aware of climate issues and kind of more interested in how we can, or how we should also use our private choices to support it. And also, I think the health benefits of timber constructions altogether are kind of getting acknowledged with wider audience, which is obviously supporting the timber construction. But also one of the key problems for us is that, as a fact, 70% of timber sown in Finland is exported. So how on earth can we ever respond to our own needs if all the wood goes out? I mean, please use it well in Holland.
And that's again, of course, a good question. Like, is something like this domestic? Is it European or is it global? And where is the need the highest for transition? For example, in the Netherlands, we have a nitrogen problem. So actually, construction is stopped because of the emissions, and timber is the only solution. But there's no timber in Holland, or no wood. It's interesting that you said that privately built buildings, there it's harder to make the transition. Is there some sort of public adversity against building in wood, or what would you say is the cause to that?
Oh God, if I only knew, I would have already, solved it. But no, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is it simply that there's so few kind of still of the private developers? It's so few who are developing purely in timber that they. I guess it's just not yet the masses who are interested in timber housing. It's kind of, it's still seen slightly risky maybe from constructing blocks of flats in timber housing.
Alexi, you wanted to add something to that?
Yeah, I think good to understand that we have now two very big megatrends colliding. We have the necessity for carbon neutrality that of course all the nations and cities and regions are pushing. At the same time, we are witnessing the great metropolitization or urbanization boom, which requires that cities need to kind of take care of the affordability of housing, and that of course, I mean, motivates a lot all of the kind of construction sector, especially those building the private housing, and of course it's kind of a great opportunity for them. And as we know, this kind of push towards adopting a new kind of a methods for building jeopardize partly the kind of their kind of ambitions and goals, and we have two colliding trends now, and that's why we need to be rather honest that there are kind of partly competing targets now, and that's why we need new fora for discussing this and finding solutions.
Thanks. Yeah, to turn to Jani, because I think there's also about colliding themes. There's also the transition to timber or renewable material in construction, which we're talking about material choices or resources. The other thing is to just change to a whole new way of construction, which is called circular. And the word has dropped quite many times, but today already. But circular construction, we don't really know what it means or how it will go in practice. Jani, how do you see that in circular construction? Like, is it the technical difficulties that we have to start building construction, or is it actually like a change in thinking about construction that is the main hold up to make that transition?
I think it's both, but I think it's actually our attitude that is standing most in our way, the way we think and the way we act. And it's not that, it comes from a reason, because for how many decades have we done it that way, especially the Netherlands. We have a history in concrete and stone houses and not in timber houses, and the lobby in that area is large and it's big, and in the timber industry it's not. So yeah, there's a reason why we build in the way we construct in the way we do right now. So you have to change the way you think and act, and that takes a lot of time and effort and struggles and competition. So I think that is the biggest struggle we have to deal with, and of course technology. But I think technology is not the biggest issue here. I think it's just, it's the way we think and the way we act, and also that there are a lot of different terms when it comes to circular economies, inclusive supply chain management, circular construction, and I think because it's very difficult to achieve, and what you see right now in the Netherlands is that sometimes a little bit simplified because we have certain goals we want to reach, and then you take a shortcut so that you can reach that goal, but it's not really, it's circular, but you can do it in a way better way than it's done right now. So I think that's sometimes not the best road.
But do you think there are, because that's of course like CO2 emissions we can measure, the amount of wood or timber in a building we can measure, but the circularity of a building is much harder to measure because it's hard to prove itself how circular it is until it actually happens.
Yeah, but a circular is a strategy, and you do it to reach certain goals. So you measure the goals and the circular steps you take. You take certain steps to reach certain goals, and sometimes certain steps are easier to reach certain goals, and sometimes others are. When you see the term circular economy, or actually closed-loop supply chain management, what it means is that you maximize multiple value creation over the entire technical life cycle of a product or material, with a dynamic recovery of value over the different usage cycles. That's the strategy, and then you have 7 decision areas that you can choose of, and then you play with those decision areas to reach your goals, and the goals have to be maximizing the multiple value creation, so economically, socially, and ecologically.
But would you say
it's not that you say like circular design, if it's designed for disassembly, that's the best choice. Maybe reusing for 50% is a better choice to reach more, less CO2 emission, and more reuse, and a better work environment. It depends on the goals you want to reach.
But who sets the goals? Because that's, of course, like I think Alexi already mentioned it. There's the user of the building, or there's the community like the citizen that eventually will use all this. So they maybe have the right to set the goals. There's also the municipality, and now it's kind of pushed to the plate of the developer or the construction company. Who do you think would set the goals for circular economy, and also would take care that they are measured and the performance is actually checked?
I think it's a collaboration between the different supply chain actors. So the ones that actually are part of the construction and the dismantling of the building. So, but at the same time, you have the stakeholders, so that are not really directly involved in the construction and dismantling of a building. They also have to think about which goals they want to achieve, and then you have to merge those goals on a supply chain level and try to reach it on a supply chain level. And that is also what I mentioned earlier about multidimensionality, is that sometimes you have to do something for someone else in the supply chain that doesn't directly benefit you, but as a supply chain as a whole, it does.
Yeah,
and
that's maybe
really
the biggest
difficult.
problem. Yes. And that's Martijn, please add to that. You are mute.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Yanni. I think it has to do with finding or constructing the aligned incentives, because in the supply chain there's like small islands. Everybody works on a shingle of the chain. I don't know, the one element, and then the chain becomes a chain, right? But as long as you stick on your own island and what's in it for me, and envision it as a start and end, there will be split incentives. Because why would I do more? Because it benefits you more instead of me. But if you build aligned incentives, and there is no chain, there's an ecosystem that needs to supply something. That's how we try to see it, and that's also what I try to explain in the open source platform, where future residents already have a voice before the building is designed or even constructed. And that's like lots of parallel processes that need to be properly governed in order to have all stakeholders find the alignment in the incentives. And that's where you can reach decisions that actually a higher investment pays off better to make a more affordable future, which is counterintuitive, right? A higher investment sounds like, oh, it's going to be more expensive. Normally, yes, but in an ecosystem, no. Because indeed, if you incorporate the life cycle analysis, that the building will last after 30 years. So let's also include the bookkeepers here. Why? And now in the bookkeeping, a building goes to 0 in 30 years. But after 30 years, the building will be there for another 30 years. So extending the bookkeeping already with 10 years and moving from 30 to 40 allows us to invest more in a better quality building while making it more affordable. So quality goes up and costs go down. But you need to have the bookkeeper in the chain. You need to have the investor in the chain, the developer in the chain, the future resident in the chain. Also, with investing in sustainability, like if the resident, if it's a tenant or an owner, pays the energy bill, why would the investor developer invest in an energy neutral building? There's no incentive. So let's have the resident and the developer and investor align their incentives and make a better building that is more affordable. It sounds,
Anna,
but this is very difficult in like cultural shifts. But we seem to have found a selection of partners in our ecosystem with whom we align pretty well.
Yeah, and maybe it's this is kind of grassroots, as you suggested, and of course, as a user, we can demand change, and normally you just buy what's presented to you. But Anna-Rita, you had something to add to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to more or less say what Martha already said. So just like how we shouldn't see each other as opposites, but rather, or in opposition, but rather as together for this cause. And I'm sure that also like loads of course we as a municipality, I'm purely representing the citizens, so you can't even separate the citizen and the municipality. So of course, you know, the goal setting should be in both the municipality and the developers, because otherwise we can't get anywhere.
Yeah, but of course, city representatives represent the current citizens, not the future citizens yet. They don't vote.
Well, ideally, also
we would. Yeah, they should also get a vote.
We would try to reach for the possible future. Vantalaiset, whom I concern you as well.
Yeah. There's a question like, have wooden buildings a high status in the Netherlands? And that's, I don't know, maybe Martijn, you should answer that one. But, or is it an uphill battle? Do people still trust brick buildings better?
Yeah. The answer is yes and no. Yes, and the example that was shown in the high-rise exclusive building, and there the wood has become a premium as a fancy showcase. While at the other hand, if we try to make affordable houses or within a bit more social or middle rent segment, people tend to long for like concrete and brick built houses, because that's what they have been used to in the past 100 years, and our grandparents used to live in wooden houses. So there is a cultural segment that says like a wooden building is not a real building because it needs to be heavy and stone and mortar. While on the other end, and there's the fancy wooden construction towers, and the first or highest wooden construction tower in the Netherlands, and that's appreciated with a premium. So it goes both ends. It's depreciated and it's highly appreciated. Okay, so it's not normalized yet.
But is the model then maybe like to circle back to construction of a circular construction, like because now we have a model of ownership. You buy a house and then you sell it off, and basically if you buy a house, you buy a house for you. You don't buy it for future generations, maybe as an inheritance. But should it be more living as a service, where we already like the car ownership is declining because you can buy mobility as a service? Should housing be as a service, Janni?
Yeah, again, it depends on the situation. Sometimes a house is whole, but maybe also certain elements of a house that you can, that you can transform that into a service instead of selling it, and the responsibilities is yours. So yeah, it's difficult to say that all houses should be like that. It depends a bit on the situation. And I think you should also do it step by step. If you make too big new ideas, I think a lot of people find that difficult to adapt to, just step by step.
Yeah, well, as long as the alternative is better than what was there before, people are willing to jump ship. But yeah. Janni, like you're consulting on municipalities. Is circular economy something that's also on their radar?
Definitely, yes. Well, yes, we are actually doing consulting all over the Finland, but I'm more familiar with like a public public procurement side, and this is what we are actually developing quite a lot, and actually doing market dialogues with entrepreneurs and some companies, and also cities and municipalities. So yeah, there's a lot of innovative ideas, but also how to make them match, and that's the question.
Alexei, the last one for you, because we're quite far over time, and otherwise there's no time for lunch anymore. People will faint at some point.
Yes, I will use it then wisely.
Yeah,
I would say that circular economy overall has been claimed to be the kind of the business solution for climate change and a number of other environmental challenges. And I think there's still rather few kind of good examples what circular economy is beyond few industries and kind of rather traditional recycling systems. I would say that in construction industry, there's a great chance of thinking deeper towards circular economy and circular economy in the sense that if you start really kind of now thinking all the kind of life cycles of buildings and extend that towards forests, and how really to kind of make overall regenerative economy, regenerative society. I think then timber construction could be really a key there. I mean, really thinking through what is the kind of ultimate vision on circular economy in construction industry and housing, let's say in 2030s. I think it has to include somehow biodiversity. It has to include somehow the building materials much more. And I mean, building such a more systemic interpretation would be a really helpful tool also in kind of bring closer different actors, also businesses, developers, construction business overall, and the kind of national and city and regional level targets, and of course the people.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, everything is interconnected, and but we can't change it all. It has to be step by step. I think, as Yanni said, the question is: are we going fast enough to change, and so we can stop the world from changing too dramatically? But I would like to thank the panelists. There's actually a lot of suggestions in the chat, so also for the panelists, if there's something that you would like to answer or share your contact details so people can contact you after this, then we will continue 5 minutes later than planned. So if we could all be back 1:05, then we will go to the second session of the webinar. Thanks very much to the panelists and the speakers. This was far too short for the amount of knowledge that's in the room right here. So maybe we should do this with a bit more time some other day. But thanks for now. Enjoy the lunch and see you back in 20 minutes.
Thank you, Willem. One question?
Thank you very much.
I don't see the chat.
No, neither do I.
It's in the top.
But
there's
still,
like
please.
Okay.
But I mean,
Venla, could you? Yeah, Venla can sort this out. She's behind the systems, so make sure that everybody's. Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
The floor is yours, Willem.
Okay. Thanks, everybody. Thanks. I hope everybody had a good lunch. So we started in the morning with the timber transition in construction, and we looked at the public sector in the beginning. Now we will go deeper into the opportunities and challenges in wood construction. To introduce the afternoon session, we have the Deputy Ambassador from the Netherlands with us here, Martijn Adelaar. So Martijn, if you could introduce yourself, and the floor is yours.
Of course, yeah. Thanks a lot, Willem, and thanks, Venla. Yeah, I heard this morning was very interesting. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend it myself, but yeah, very good to hear. Yeah, and so welcome to this afternoon segment of this event on sustainable wood construction, and many thanks to our partner Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council to make this webinar happen. And it's a pleasure for us as the Netherlands Embassy here in Finland to co-host this event with you. Circular economy and sustainable use of natural resources. Will and no doubt you have discussed this also during the morning session, will be one of the key elements basically to achieve our common climate targets and ambitions. And forests enable the green transition in many ways. So today we focus on specifically the timber transition and how it provides business opportunities. That will be the topic for this afternoon, in a way that is sustainable to our planet. And I believe this webinar brings together some of the front runners in sustainable wood construction. So people coming from businesses, knowledge institutes, and the public sector, and all three need one another. And because in essence, to make this timber transition successful, a common effort is needed. And Finland and the Netherlands have, in our view, unique collaboration opportunities in this sector. So both countries are committed to ambitious climate targets. Again, no doubt you have discussed this during the morning. And with Finland, having a years-long historic, very solid expertise of timber as a construction material, in the Netherlands as a pioneer in world-class circular architecture and design, I think that's the beginning, or actually the continuation of a very good and productive relationship of collaborating. And I hope that today's webinar and also this afternoon session will inspire a lively exchange of knowledge, and that it will also lead to concrete collaboration opportunities between our two countries. And as for us at the embassy, I'm happy to say, and I think it's good to say, that for us, circular economy is a key priority here in Finland, and so we are always welcoming opportunities to support Dutch and Finnish businesses to collaborate on this topic. And more broadly, we also work together with the Dutch regional business development team, which is active in the Nordics and Baltics together, and which tries to identify opportunities for cross-border regional projects. So that's another very interesting angle, I think, where there is a lot of opportunities where there are a lot of opportunities to be identified. So again, welcome to you all, and I hope you'll use this afternoon segment to discover the opportunities of the timber transition. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Martijn, for the introduction. And indeed, as we discussed in the morning, it's about exchange of knowledge between two countries, maybe also between two building cultures. I think there's a lot to learn from both, and better together. So we'll continue with Matti Mikkola, who's the MD of the Finnish woodworking industry. I think early on in the session, I think Janni was saying that in Holland, the concrete and the steel manufacturers, they have a big role. Here, of course, woodworking has a big role as well. So Matti Mikkola, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Willem, and good afternoon, everybody. Yes, the Finnish Woodworking Industries Federation is representing some 400 woodworking industry companies in Finland, varying from sawmilling to kitchen cabinets and from plywood to modular wood construction. I chose the title of my presentation to be Why Wood? and I collected, or I selected even 5 reasons to support this why wood theme. I could have select or upload you with 15 different reasons, but I came up with 5 reasons, and here they are. We've been talking this morning already about the carbon emissions and the need to reduce them. Some of you have been mentioning productivity issues in construction overall. Not so much has been discussion about the limited workforce we are facing in all different countries in Europe and even worldwide. And then the support for local economy, and then finally healthy living and what wood has to do with healthy living. Let's start with the sustainability issue. This is one of the biggest challenges we face to decarbonize the built environment. There is today not so much discussion about what kind of a role wood has it. Many of us has agreed and accepted the fact that using wood reduces carbon emissions. We swiftly collected over 40 peer-reviewed studies supporting consistently this argument, and they all show that timber products absorb and store more carbon than is emitted through their production. Just to make this sure that everybody understands, I'll show you a case. We had a study made here in Finland a year ago where we compared wood construction and concrete construction. In this building, you can see in the front a wooden multi-store building, and slightly in the background, same colors, but a similar multi-store building produced out of concrete. And we made a life cycle analysis of this 2 building types. And the main message here is that during the construction phase, you can see the 2 pillars, the orange and the gray pillar. They are the construction phase emissions, whereas the use phase emissions on the lower scale here from 2020 to 2050, they are smaller from their impact. Let's have a look at the construction phase emissions in this case. Concrete construction and wood construction, the difference here is some 30% in this particular case for the benefit of wood construction. I think still, and I underline the important message of this picture, is that CO2 emission peak is caused during the construction phase and not so much anymore during the use phase. And wood excels here with 30%. If we have a look at the use phase emissions, and unfortunately until today the focus has very much been on energy consumption during the use phase of the building, but with the help of decarbonizing energy production, the use phase emissions will reduce and the focus will be shifted on construction material emissions. They will shift it quite a lot, actually, from today's 50-50 situation between use phase and material productions, or somebody even say that 30% is material production and 70% is use phase emissions. Until 2050, this picture, particularly in Finland, will change so that 70% of the construction and building emissions will be based on material production emissions and only 1/3 for use phase emissions. Second point in my presentation, and the second reason why to increase the use of wood, is that industrial wood construction increases productivity and quality. This is a picture showing the productivity development in construction work from 1975 till 2015 in comparison with industry work development, agriculture, forestry and fishery work, and service work productivity. And unfortunately, the purple line here showing the construction work productivity is very flat. Basically, it is saying that there has been no development since 1975 till 2015 in the productivity of construction work. And this also says then that something needs to be done. And here, wood construction comes into place. With industrial wood construction, we can clearly increase productivity, and it's based on certain elements. First of all, in industrial wood construction, the prefabrication increases quite radically. And in prefabrication, we can provide standardized working conditions, standardized workstations, work assignments, and at the same time also standardized resources. And this then leads to cumulative learning, which doesn't take place at the building site. And this also leads to optimized production flow, which again then leads to maximized prefabrication because everybody sees the benefit of prefabrication. And then this clearly, and this leads to increased productivity. And in the end, this leads to increased competitiveness. I'm happy to see that Tero Nokelainen will follow me as the next presentation giver, because he can then talk about design, because all this development is very much based on standardized and also partly conceptualized design solutions. This all means a kind of a paradigm shift in construction. So far, the work at the building site has been 60 to 70% of the total process. And we see in our recent study, and actually we have an ongoing study, where we see that in wood construction, and particularly in modular wood construction, the cost share of the building site will reduce from today's 60% to future 25%. And at the same time, the prefabrication increases in wood construction from 30 to 70%. There will also be some minor changes in the estate development and design, and their share will, as we see it, will reduce from today's 10% to future 5% in wood construction. And all this is based on optimized lead time and workflow at prefabrication. We see that the potential here is to make a productivity leap of say 20% from today's cost basis. Third point I would like to raise up is that industrial wood construction releases untapped workflows. We have a chronic disease in Europe called lack of labor. When we move the work from the building site to prefabrication and industrial environment, we untap workforce, which today is not used in construction work, because we are at the same time able to move the work from growth centers to rural areas outside these growth centers. In modular wood construction, we actually only need 4 to 6 persons at the building site to do the actual installation of the prefabricated elements. The building site also in the future will focus on foundation work, but they will then reduce the remaining work and focus on installation and finalization of the building at the building site. The fourth point why wood is that industrial wood construction supports local economy. If and when we are able to increase and create new jobs in rural areas, this will support the local economy in rural areas. In Finland, the employment in wood construction has doubled between 2015 and 2020. And let's put it that way, that we haven't even started with industrial wood construction yet. And these new jobs, they bring new habitants, and they at the same time improve the vitality of communities. And we have already seen here in Finland that when we build new schools out of wood, they attract in many communities young families with children. Good examples in Finland are Imatra, Pudasjärvi, and Kuhmo schools, where new pupils and school children have actually entered the area because of the school buildings and the clean air and good learning environment. The payback for wood construction is pretty good. There is a case in Finland, in Kuhmo. They built a new elementary school out of wood. The investment for the community was slightly over 11 million euros, and the calculation shows that the investment payback was something like 30 million impact on the local economy. The final fifth reason why wood, and this ends my presentation here, is that wood construction enables healthy living. Many recent studies support the argument. Wood environment has a clear stimulating impact. Actually, the claim is that wooden environment increases productivity. And this is in many cases based on the fact that wooden interior balances the indoor air moisture content, and at the same time wooden interior improves the learning experience, and it also improves energy levels and speeds up healing processes. So all in all, wooden environment creates pleasant acoustic environment, reduces stress level and increases creativity. And as I said, a lot of scientific reports support this argument. These were the 5 key reasons from my point of view why we should use more wood in construction. Thank you.
Thanks, Matti. A very clear, very easy to follow presentation. Some questions related to this, because of course Finland, we heard this morning, has the most forest in Europe. But at the same time, for example, Bob from Amsterdam was saying that they want to ramp up wood production, or like building in wood, dramatically. That's just one of the regions in Europe that wants to do it. Is there enough wood to build all these buildings in 20, 30 years? You're going to say yes, I guess, but...
Well, I can use a couple of words. In Finland, we have a pretty significant sawmilling industry. We produce some 12 million cubic meters of sawn goods on a yearly basis. For that, we use some 27 million cubic meters of logs from the forest. Almost 80% of this production goes to export purposes. We can easily, without going into the forest and logging more resources from the forest, we can just turn certain product flows and tie them into wood construction. There are some lower value products which we would happily use for wood construction instead of the low value end uses. From the present point of view, we can easily, by turning the product flows, increase the share of wood construction. And we actually made a study here in Finland. It shows that we need some 4 to 6% more sawn goods into wood construction, and with the help of that we can increase the share of wood construction to 1/3 or even to half of all construction. So my answer is shortly yes.
Wood is of course a renewable material. It's fairly slow growing, takes about 80 years to get a tree. Are there other untapped resources that we could use as a renewable material as well? And is that something that the Finnish wood industry could include in their offering?
First of all, I think that there's still a lot to improve in the wood construction to be more resource efficient. Most probably we are using a bit too much wood in construction, and we can improve the solution so that the resource efficiency increases quite radically even. And then when it comes to the carbon emissions, I think there we have a lot of room to improve. Presently, the bathroom environment is fairly carbon intensive, and also the insulation is still quite carbon intensive. So I think a lot of development can and will take place in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and the industry, of course, has a big role in the circular economy. So to not only provide the materials for the building that we build now, but also to offer solutions as to how they can be reused in the future. Is that also something that the same industry should take care of, or is that another branch of sports that should take care of the reuse of the material?
It has also been mentioned during today's presentations that this has a lot to do with regulations. Regulations don't allow that kind of a recycling as what the wood industry would like to. And secondly, we can easily collect the material after it has been used, but we are lacking the market today.
Yeah.
And I think a good starting point would be, for example, fiber-based insulation. That would be a good use for recycled wood. But then again, also some panel products could be included into the portfolio.
Yeah, or even better if you could use the elements without having to re-engineer them. But I think there's going to be a presentation later on in today about how there could be a second-hand market in a way of building components.
Yes.
There's a question as well, like what is the tendency? Are timber companies getting bigger and bigger? Do you need scale to kind of be able to ramp up production?
In Finland, the leading companies in, for example, modular wood construction, they are small companies. We had some 10 to 15 years ago, and also Tero remembers this well, the larger companies went into wood construction also with end products and solutions directly in modular or in element-based construction. Today's reality in Finland is that the small and medium-sized companies are leading the development, supported by engineering companies. As an example, one of the leading modular companies in Finland, Elementti Sampo, has a turnover under 10 million euros, and they provide, say, 30% of the modules in Finland for modern multi-store buildings. Another example is JVR, another company, similar size, 7 to 10 million euros, and they are one of the leading developers in this business. So actually, SMEs are leading the work today, and the large companies, they are supporting this by providing R&D and also engineering design.
And you were talking about that one of the advantages of prefabrication is that it can be like put together elsewhere than on the construction site. How do you see this on a European scale? For example, Bob wants a building in the Netherlands. Is that prefabricated model built in Finland, in the Netherlands, or where would this take place?
It is $1 million question, but I think Europe provides Australia wooden material, and then the multi-store buildings are being put up in Australia, and they are not sent in element or not in modular format. They are sent in flat format. I think this also then continues in European countries, that the material is provided somewhere, the engineering is pre-done, and then the assembly is done somewhere else, closer to the site, but not next to the site, but closer to the site.
Yeah. So there's value added along the whole supply chain.
Actually, this means that all the local communities will gain out of wood construction. It's not only the forest tense countries that provide the raw material. There's a lot of place in the value chain for different countries and different areas.
Yeah. Thanks, Matti, for the presentation. Then we move to Tero from Sweco. And this is quite a natural transition because we have the supply of the material, and now it needs to be engineered, where Sweco comes in. Sweco is one of the bigger engineering offices in the Nordics.
Okay, Willem, I think you now can hear my presentation.
Yes, we can hear and see it.
Okay, thank you, Willem. Okay, in my short presentation, I have a possibility to present the structural designer's point of view to timber structures, what makes timber structures different than the other structures, and or the structural design of timber structures, what is the difference between other type of structures. But also I have some experiences what is the Dutch market from a structural designer's point of view, and what is the Finnish in Finnish business model, what is the role of the structural designer? I would like to clarify that problem also a little bit. Okay, I come from the company Sweco. Sweco is the leading engineering company in Europe, and in Sweco in Finland, I run a business unit called Special Services, and that unit is everything else than normal structural design. We have demanding structural calculation, BIM and digital solutions, sustainable development, and so on, and also R&D. And personally, I work in Sweco also as a wood structure expert. I have a background in forest industry. That is why me and Matti knows each other very well, and so that I have a little bit more than 20 years experience in R&D issues in wood products. So, okay, Sweco as a company, we are European company, and the blue color you can see what is the market area of Sweco. Both Finland and the Netherlands are there, and every country is focusing naturally on their home market, but of course in Sweco we have that so-called cross-border business idea, and especially in my business unit, let's say 50% of the turnover at least is coming from the export business. So what is Sweco structures? In Sweco in Finland we have all disciplines, and the structural design is the biggest. Traditionally, we as a big company, we are focusing in a large-scale project, but also smaller projects are naturally interesting for us. Here are some references, so that all kind of buildings are interesting for us. So, and Sweco as a numbers, or Sweco structures as a numbers, we are 800 employees, and from that 800, roughly 100 designers have a knowledge to also to make the structural design in wood structures. And specialized wood structure designers, we have roughly 60 or 70. It depends how you calculate it. First, I would just like to show some fine reference objects what we have recently done here in Finland. That thing is one of the most beautiful projects what we have had during the last year. It is the Supercell headquarters, and that structure is a timber. We call it hybrid structure. The load-bearing system is a mixed system. There is a wooden columns and floor slabs. They are made of wood. Also, there are steel beams, and elevator shaft and staircase. They are made of concrete. So that the bracing system is this is the concrete core, and then the load-bearing and big volume is wood structure. So that in Sweco we are open with all material, and this kind of hybrid solutions, I think that they have also a good future, not just to focus on poor wooden structures. But and this facade, the picture is not that sharp, but it's a wooden facade also in the city area. The second interesting project is that is 1 or 2 year old. It's a school. In Finnish scale, it's a huge school area in Imatra, eastern Finland, and the schools, we think that is a big market for market area for wooden constructions. The clients prefer to have a wooden schools, and the reasons are the same that what Matti Mikkola just said in his presentations. So this here that school was we can more or less say that it was 100% prefabricated. That is what our friends in Norway have done. That is the highest wooden building at that time when it was built. It was 85 meters. The load-bearing structure here is wooden, very massive wooden columns and beams. And the bracing of this system is that it's a truss system. Also, very slightly in this facade, you can see that, or you could think about that if there is the trusses, the diagonals are going through the whole building. And that was also 100% wooden construction, so that the columns and beams, they were made of glulam, and the floors, cassettes, they were made of real glued LVL. What is coming, or what is interesting issue here in Finland is this low carbon building. And Matti Mikkola in his presentation showed that there has been a comparison that if somebody is building of concrete or somebody is building from wood, and what is the difference? People are aware of that, but that is, let's say, this kind of afterwards calculations, or to calculate what is the meaning, make the ready design and then calculate it. The building market does not work that way, and that is why we have been developing a model so that in the early stage we can estimate what will be the carbon impact in this project, and we can analyze very easily with the sketches hybrid structures, concrete structures, and what kind of wood structure solutions are used, and also the heating systems. All those can be included in the model, and that is how we have developed this kind of steering system to get or meet the targets if they have put some low energy or carbon neutral targets, and we have methods how to analyze the design in early stage, what has to be done in order to meet the target. We have one pilot case where we have working with this model, that is in Imatra. It is a sport hall, and now the design is ongoing, and these studies we made in this preliminary design of that object. If I can now jump to the design of building. Normally, when you are designing buildings, we have all these phases. The content of these phases is totally dependent on the market area, but basically in all countries we can identify the same phases. So that first you start with the conceptual design, you go to schematic design, then detailed design for the offer phase, and then detailed design, and then execution phase design. And that is why you need all those phases when you are developing something new. If you are developing new type of wooden building, you have to go through all those phases. But that is not the way when you are building a multi-story buildings. In Finland now we should be in the position that once we are with this system thinking, so that we have, if we are ready building systems, we can skip the conceptual design because that is already done. The schematic design is also very light. We quite soon can jump directly to the detail design, and that is how we can take the benefit of these effective design methods. Then what is how the structural design, what is the difference in Finland and in the Netherlands? Here in the detail design or in the offer design, that is if you are developing a new project, you engage a new engineer, and then you start with the conceptual design, schematic design, and they make just the detail design that much that somebody is able to define what is the cost of this building, and they can ask building component suppliers what is their price, or they can ask building companies what is their price. So that we normally in the Netherlands just the design, when there is the original designer will go to that far, and then somebody else is going to continue. So that if there is a company who is producing those components, they have their own in-house designer, and they will continue. And then the role of this original designer is more or less just to check what is the result of those material suppliers' design and accept those. In Finland, the situation is a little bit different. So that also that is possible that somebody's making just this preliminary design, and then somebody else take care of this rest of the design. But in Finland, in wooden structures, if you have any kind of a more demanding structure, then the role of the responsible structural designer is important, so that you can't skip that. And so one person has to be responsible from the whole process. And that is also the Sweco idea to design, so that there is all the phases are controlled by one party, and that is the way how we can optimize the products and optimize the solutions. If there is a line here, so somebody is just making the preliminary design, and somebody else will continue, we are losing a lot of information. But if the same party is doing the whole process, that is how we see it is possible to find the optimized solution. But also from this risk management point of view, also the design will be controlled and no gaps. And also from commercial point of view, so that if we make here the tender packages and ask what is the price, and then the material suppliers will take care of the rest, so that there is just few companies who can offer, for example, hybrid solutions, and all companies are just making the design with their products, so that this kind of optimization of the solutions, nobody is going to do that. That is why we promote that kind of model, that one party is taking care of all the design. And what is the content of the wood design? So that, let's say, the precast concrete industry has a very strong position in Finland. Everybody knows there are just standard components and you design those. There is no need for conceptual design, or the preliminary design is quite simple. And the structural designer do not have to pay any attention how to produce those components, because they are so standardized. But in wood structure design, the role of the structural designer is something else than in steel or concrete design. So that in wood structure design, the designer has to know the material and what kind of products there are available. It's not just a standard product what you can choose. Of course, then the structural design is one part, but then the fire safety issues. In concrete building, steel building, you just use standard solutions, but in wood structure design, there is plenty of different solutions, and you have to be aware of those, and what kind of protection method is needed, is possible and suitable. The durability of wooden structures, it is a design issue, not just that you say that somebody else is going to take that. You have to think about how to take this structural wood design or chemical wood design, what kind of methods will be done. And nobody else than the structural designer is in the first hand thinking of those issues. The total economy of the building and the construction process is this constructability is very important, and also the structural designer has to have an idea how that building will be constructed. Not just that I design the components and somebody else is going to take care of how it will be assembled. Then the prefabrication and the modularity. The companies, there are several companies who can make the prefabricated components, but they have their own production facilities, and those has to be the limitations of those production facilities is initial data for the structural design, and those has to be studied in the first place. On-site moisture management, we know that it's harmful when wood structures get wet. If they get wet, they have to be dried, so that this kind of on-site moisture management is part of the design. How you integrate MEP is a different ways than in concrete buildings. energy efficiency, cost analysis, all those. So the scope or what belongs to wood structure design, so that all has to be included, so that you can't just close your eyes and you just make the structural design. And our slogan in Sweco is that we can manage all these issues, and our idea is that we can support other parties to be successful. And then last, some design considerations, so that what is why wooden structures are so special. So that is, of course, when we are building, making massive structures, we have to work with wooden components, and this whole business also is quite new in Finland, so that there is a lot of products, but all the products has to be certified and developed, so that this kind of, in many cases, we are working with parallel with the production and R&D and execution of building project. The frame system, how to make so that the wood is a special material, there is a deformation creep and risk of cracking, progressive collapse. All those are issues are totally different than what you have, for example, with the steel structures. Fire safety, fire resistance, and the philosophy of wooden building is different than with other materials. For example, here, that was a laboratory test. That was in this Norwegian tower project when they burned one column. And actually, in a laboratory scale, the burning stopped automatically without any so they just let that burn, and once the sharing was too deep enough and there was no other burning fire load, then the fire died down automatically. Then the structural details. That is in this Wood City project one structural detail, and everybody can directly see that how complicated these wooden structure details are compared to concrete or steel structure details. So that the structural detailing of wooden structures is quite challenging compared to other materials. On-site moisture management, that is one multi-story building, so that is big wooden elements, but the whole building was built under a tent. And then the durability, of course, the facades, balconies, solutions, those are special cases, and special attention always has to be taken care in those places. Okay, that was a short presentation.
Thanks, Tero. Very interesting. Like first we had the presentation of the supplier, basically now the engineering part, and then next up would be Seppo Junila, the professor at Aalto University in real estate. One question, Tero, to you, like because in all the references that you showed, there were some towers, large span buildings, so wood can do it all, but where's the sweet spot of wood, you would say? Where is it at its best from a structural perspective?
If the studies what we have done also in my earlier life, the facades, of course, in the facades, wood is very competitive against all other materials. The facade naturally is of course the first where wooden structures are competitive, but then of course the biggest volume where you have wood is of course in the floor structures. But there the competition is very hard. But anyway, or let's say the headache of the wood or the expensive part is the staircases and those. And there I can see that of course to make staircases with CLT is a very good solution, and the bracing can be done. But also in some cases the concrete solution can be economical.
Yeah. Yeah. So there will always be some sort of hybrid models also into the future.
Hybrid models are interesting anyway, so that from our point of view, of course, it's possible and also in many cases relevant to build all in wood, but in some cases hybrid. But of course, it's when there is a wood and hybrid, then there is two companies in the same site, and that is causing problem. Also, to make it simple, then one material is good.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Very interesting and nice to see it from this perspective as well. Next up is Seppo Junila, professor at Aalto University on real estate. Seppo, are you here? Yes, there we are. Yes.
Nice to be in, is it program or streaming or whatever it is nowadays?
Yeah, webinar. It's a bit of streaming and it will be later on available as well. So yeah.
Yes. So I've been following your seminar and it's been very interesting program. And I think my presentation on actually the business case or market reaction wooden construction fits very well to the seminar program. So I try to open my presentation now. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can hear and see your
Okay, great. So the idea of my presentation is to show how the Finnish markets have reacted on wooden construction. Clearly, there has been a marketplace for wooden construction in Finland for a long time in detached houses and low-story buildings, but in high-rise buildings and multi-story buildings, it has been a different case, and it hasn't been too popular in Finland either. So I try to understand how the wood creates value in built environment. Of course, there is this environmental value, but definitely there should be economic value as well if we want to enhance market forces to help us to deal with this climate change issue in built environment. So, by the way, when I change the slides, can you see the slide changing or how does it work? Are you now in the content slide?
Yes, we are.
Yes. Okay, good, excellent. So how has been historically, has there been any business case for any sustainable building? That's of course very important questions because timber construction is only one way of producing sustainable buildings. Traditionally, the way we have estimated sustainable buildings have been these green building certificates. One very famous one is LEED, but there are at least 5 very good ones on the markets at the moment. So we could ask ourselves first, of course, what is the green construction cost, and then later on, how much the value pay for green construction. Traditionally, if we ask ourselves the question, what is the premium, how much more you need to pay for very good level green building? We could ask ourselves whether it's 10 or 30% or whatever. And when we have asked that question from the markets previously, the result has been that the markets have estimated that it will be some 15 to 25% more expensive to construct green buildings. But actually, when they have started to do it, the extra cost has only been some 5%. So there has been a bit of an overestimation of the green buildings, naturally because it's something new and people have to get used to that new way of constructing buildings. But if there is this 5% extra cost for constructing green buildings, clearly there has to be some market signal for buyer and investors that they can get the investment back from the markets. Luckily for us, there has been green buildings on the markets at least 10 to 15 years already, so that we can do statistical analysis whether it pays back to invest in green on markets. Yeah, I move to this one. So what is the value of green building? Do you get any payback? Is it worth of the investment? And if we saw that it costs you some 5% extra, clearly there should be a 5% premium in selling price as well. And when we then check different studies about the premiums, typically it varies from 5 all the way to 30% premium for green buildings. And this clearly makes the business case for green buildings. If it costs less than you get payback, the market starts to invest on green buildings. But this was only sort of a background that, okay, there's some good signals on markets that it's worthwhile investing in green, in built environment as well. So the specific case of timber construction, can we see the same in Finnish markets or more widely in European or global market? So let's move on. Perhaps something that we need to understand first is that how the markets have changed during the last 5 years. Previously, we aimed at low carbon buildings, but actually now the international goal is to go for carbon neutral buildings. And that sort of paradigm shift. So climate mitigation is totally different than carbon neutrality. Here, when we aim at carbon neutrality, the timing is essential. I come back to that a bit later, but it's not the same whether we reduce the emissions now or later in the future. So timing is very valuable. And another clear message is for carbon neutrality is that the carbon neutral operation is not the solution, because the operation happens during the lifetime, during the coming 50 years or even 100 years of the buildings. So if we only invest on carbon neutral operation, clearly it doesn't help immediately the carbon mitigation or carbon neutrality targets. We have had this kind of slide already in previous presentation, but it's good to repeat it here. Traditionally, we have looked at the whole life cycle of a building at the design phase. And it has looked a bit like that the actual construction and pre-use phase is only 1/4 or 1/5 of the overall life cycle emissions, and the operation is the one that dominates. It has been the traditional approach, and perhaps in climate mitigation environment, that was a feasible vision. But now with the climate neutrality, clearly when we emit the emissions is important. And just for comparison, we made sort of rough estimation of the biggest emitters in Finland 2018. We have good data from that year. So these are actually all the biggest emitting point emissions in Finland. We have some steel factories there, and then we have oil refinery, and then actually all the energy facilities in bigger cities are coming next in the biggest emitters. And typically we then consider our climate policy should focus on energy production. But in those areas, in big metropolitan areas where the urbanization is happening, actually the construction phase has a significant contribution as well. And if you just put the Helsinki region new construction for comparison to these biggest emission sources in Finland, we can clearly see that actually the construction phase is at the same level of emissions as the energy production within the city borders or in the cities. And why we hadn't realized this before is, of course, that we are not measuring and following the emissions from construction only from the energy productions. And now, if that's really the case, of course, if we want to mitigate carbon emissions and climate change, we need to reduce our emissions from construction as well. So one good example is that if we construct a new neighborhood in Helsinki region at the moment, what happens actually is that first we have this huge carbon spike of original construction, and then we start to use the building. They are a little up and down in the curve, but it means that you use the operational energy and emissions from there, and then you have the renovation of the building as all these kind of maintenance activities. And then when you compare them to our carbon mitigation goals, you can see that by 2030 we should have reduced 40% of our emissions, and then 35 we already should be carbon neutral. And now when you look at the curve, you see that actually the primary objective should be to reduce the carbon spike, so the original pre-use phase emissions. And sometimes we've been suggested, how about if we create zero energy buildings? But this doesn't actually change the situation much at all, because as we already showed, that it's the original construction which is important, not the operation phase. And some have even suggested that, okay, but we can create carbon positive buildings when we can then start to offset our emission during the operation phase. But even that doesn't help too much in new constructions, because the energy system is decarbonizing so fast already that you can only offset at the beginning of the life cycle, and then the average energy production will be low carbon anyway, and there is no carbon offsetting left during the life cycle of the buildings. So our only option is actually to reduce the original emissions from construction. One option would be to renovate our existing building stock, sort of circular economy system where offices are transformed to housing, for example. We have a lot of empty offices in Finland at the metropolitan region now, but you need to invest some emissions, some new materials on those, because they are not directly, you cannot not directly transform them to housing. But anyway, that would be a better solution for our climate targets. And of course, if you have somewhere in your country empty spaces, housing spaces, and you start to use those low energy efficiency housing, and because the energy system is decarbonizing so fast, that's also one option for sort of temporary option to redevelop our existing housing markets so that people want to live in those longer period of time, and then we can start to replace them after these, let's say, the first 15 years. And that's quite challenging, of course. If we need new housing in good locations, it's difficult to deliver new housings that would be better climate-wise than existing building stock, even though the energy efficiency is worse in the existing building stock. What are the options then to reduce the climate spike from the original construction? Clearly, it's the circular economy. We have talked about that quite a lot. One thing that hasn't been mentioned so often is this sharing spaces. That's perhaps the most direct benefit for climate. You don't need to invest any on the manufacturing or remodeling of the building. You just start to share spaces. If you are living alone in two-bed apartment, if you can share one space to another person, then you immediately reduce the emissions because no extra new buildings need to be constructed. And then you have the other options of reusing the buildings, reusing building parts, and then building materials. But I would say I have numbered these options because clearly the number one is most environmentally efficient, and then the efficiency reduces the further we go in these options for circular economy. Other option is then materials with carbon sinks. So timber obviously is one material that can provide a carbon sink. Good for construction markets though that there are new innovative materials to come which can provide this carbon sink effect as well. Even some concrete examples in laboratory have been provided which can be as a carbon sink in practice. And then finally, perhaps the least best option is this low carbon manufacturing, where we actually don't try to store carbon in the building, but just reduce the original emissions of construction. But those are sort of the playbook, the cookbook of us to reduce the original carbon spike of the new construction. But does this have any economic implication on the market. That's also very important to understand. In theory and in practice also, with a lot of extra investment, we can deliver any of these options. But what is the most feasible one on the markets at the moment? And we have studied the timber construction the most detailed because it exists on the market and we can see how the market have reacted on that in Finland. Okay, I still have one slide, how the wood compares to traditional structures. It's important to understand that there are two benefits of wood. Like you can see from this picture already that the wooden buildings, which are here at the beginning, they have less emission in construction phase, but on top of that they can store carbon in their structures, so sort of a double benefit. I noticed in the discussions column we had some discussion on this already, that whether it's enough if the wooden construction has only 20% less emissions than concrete construction, can we really mitigate climate change with so little difference? It was a good observation, but then we also need to include this carbon storage potential of wooden construction. And if those both are included, we are already close to carbon neutral constructions in some cases. And then we start to operate the building, and then finally, when we demolish the building, all those emissions stored in wooden construction will be released to atmosphere in some form or another in current system. And that's why, of course, the circular economy is very important, that those stored carbons are reused somehow in the system, whether they are stored back to earth, which is quite popular in Finland, or there are a lot of innovation on that at the moment, because it improves the quality of the soil as well, or whether we reuse them in building parts as well. Many options there, but it's important to understand that if we don't have any agenda how to use these carbon storage in buildings, then we are going to lose them at some phase of the life cycle. And regarding the carbon storage, we can see here different kind of buildings, apartment, detached and office buildings. And it's not actually enough to say that we have a wooden buildings, because the carbon storage potential can be threefold in different building designs. So actually it's not only enough to improve the amount of wooden buildings on the markets, it's as important to consider how the wooden buildings have been constructed and what's the carbon storage, how much wood is actually invested in the building. An idea here is, of course, that the carbon sink can be either in the forest, which is this orange column here in Finland, or then in timber construction, long-term wooden structures, which is this very little blue column in the picture. So we have a lot of potential of transporting the carbon storage to the structures of the buildings. What we typically do with the wood is we burn it somewhere, or then we put it to very low short life cycle products, and then we don't get this carbon storage potential in Finland. But I move on because these are in Finnish, so it doesn't show too much. And then the third benefit of wooden construction is actually what is in the middle of this graph, this sort of a climate substitution of other building materials or other materials. So the carbon storage, direct carbon storage impact in Finland is only this 3.4, which is roughly 5% of all our carbon emissions. But then if you include this carbon substitution, that with the wooden product we can substitute carbon intensive products from the markets. And if we include that to the system, then it's much higher. It's almost, or it's over half of our emissions in Finland. So already now, if we would include all the carbon substitution, the Finnish system would be very close to carbon neutral. Clearly, this is not included in official calculation, but it's a good example to show how beneficial the wooden product can be on the market. But then finally, I think we come close to the situation what happens in the Finnish market at the moment. That's something that I promised in the presentation to give you some facts on that as well. So this is the current situation in Finland now. This is where the wooden construction is located, in which type of buildings and in which type of cities in Finland. So in the apartment buildings, actually the market share of wooden construction is less than 10%. And in detached and one-story building, it's much higher. So in detached housing, it's already close to 80 to 90% in Finnish markets at the moment. And similarly, if you could look at the inner urban areas, it's very low, 10 to 15 to 20%. It used to be higher, but now it's lower due to the high-rise construction. And in high-rise, it's more difficult and typically considered more expensive as well, and as in low-rise building to use wood. And then in the last paragraph, you can see this HMI, which is the metropolitan region in Finland, and it has the lowest share of wooden construction. This clearly shows that actually if we want to increase the wooden construction, it has to be in the urban core and it has to be in high-rise buildings. It's very difficult to increase the market share of wooden construction in detached houses, potentially bit the content of wooden detached houses, but not the amount anymore. The market share is clearly close to the maximum that it can reach. You cannot use wood in all individual buildings. There has to be some % share of other kind of materials in the markets as well.
Seppo, we're soon running out of time.
Okay, good that you remind me. So let's look at the market feasibility. So if you look all the academic studies of the construction cost of wooden multi-story buildings, it seems to be that it's somewhere in between. Some studies say that they are a bit more expensive, and some say that they can be even economically low-cost building, but there is no clear outcome of that study. But if you look at the wooden buildings on Finnish markets, typically what we do, we just compare buildings and see that the price per square meter is something, and it shows that actually we are paying less for wooden buildings in Finnish markets, high-rise buildings. But it's because the wooden buildings are very different kind of buildings and are located in different locations than average buildings. Typically the wooden buildings have been considered a bit more risky, and that's why they are not in the primary location in Finland. And then if you neutralize very traditional regression analysis that we do in real estate economics, if we neutralize all the unrelevant like age, housing characteristics, location and such, then we can see that actually the market seems to pay some premium for wooden buildings already in Helsinki region. And if you include all these different variables that you can include in your regression, it shows that actually some 8% more you can get from the wooden construction, high-rise construction in Helsinki markets already. So clearly there is some green signaling on the wooden construction already happening in Finland. And then we checked all the major cities in Finland. We saw that there is market premiums in Helsinki. So here it was quite high for apartment buildings. In other bigger cities, there was no price effect for apartment buildings if they were constructed from wood. So they had the same price as the other building construction materials. And then in detached buildings, actually there were some lower prices for detached buildings that were constructed from wood. But actually we know that the construction cost for wooden detached houses are much lower than from other materials. So that's why the market share is so high, over 90%, because they can sell them with lower prices on market. It's due to the lower construction costs. But overall conclusion was clearly that there is some green signaling on the market, and that's a very positive thing for wooden building investors. And then final slide. We also compared wooden to regular buildings. And because the certification seemed to be a way of signaling green in the real estate markets, there is tradition for that. We tried to check whether there is any extra points for certifications, for green certification from wooden buildings. And even there you can see that we did the same university building with wooden construction, and then with the base case was with concrete construction. We saw that with the wooden structures you could increase the point a bit, perhaps not enough compared to climate and all other environmental benefits of the wooden construction, but still it had enough influence that the building became certified just by using the wooden construction. And when we know that wooden construction, green certificates are good signals for green buildings, it makes sense to invest in wood also in more commercial buildings. And then conclusions. Cost of green building is less than anticipated. Market premiums are typically higher than extra costs. Carbon footprint of buildings today are 50 of construction and 50 of use, or even less now with carbon neutrality targets. And then finally, wooden urban building premiums are starting to show on markets as well in Finland. Very good.
Thanks, Seppo. Very good, very interesting. And I think the carbon spike, it was very clearly explained, and also it's kind of scary because we all want to do the right thing. We all want to build good buildings, but it also shows that actually that's maybe not even the right way forward, because it creates a spike in the beginning and we would only increase the spike. It also shows that the quicker we start moving, the more we can kind of stretch that line. And if we all leave it to one moment, as we are doing now, it will only be worse. So
definitely.
Thanks. There's one question. There seems to be a subsidy system in Finland to promote timber use in buildings. Is that reality?
No, we don't have the subsidy system yet in place, but actually the EU carbon neutrality agenda allows nations to develop that. So it's nicely included in the framework, but we don't have it working yet.
So it could be one tool in the toolbox to promote this. Thanks. We will now move on to the panel discussion, which is one part of timber construction, and that's the densification of cities and the possibilities that we have there. That will be with Marko Hetman, who is from the sorry, Marko, now you have to help me where RT-Kortti, that I know, but
the Building Information Foundation.
Exactly. You needed to help me with how to say that in English. And Andre Linden from the city of Helsinki, and Bob van der Zande that we already heard earlier on. And Andre Linden is in Christianenkatu, which is the oldest building in Helsinki in the background. Yeah, so Bob, are you there as well?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you see me?
No. Could you turn on the camera?
I have the camera on and I see you and I see myself, so I'm not sure what's happening.
Okay, maybe that's on my end. Well, most important is that we can hear you.
Should I log in again?
I think it's fine, like we can hear you, so if you can contribute, like it's okay that we don't see you. And maybe it's just me, I don't know if the others can see Bob.
I can't see Bob.
I can't see either.
It's the same here.
Okay. Yeah, so same goes for you, like, because we, of course, like Marko and Andre, we haven't seen before, so could you introduce yourself and your relationship with wood? There's Bob. And there was also the question if you could share one image that inspires you. So maybe Andre, we can see that already in the background, but let's start with you.
Okay. Yeah. I thought I'd put the image on the background so you can see it all the time if you like. My name is Andre Linden. I work for the city of Helsinki in detailed planning department. I'm in charge of the eastern side of Helsinki, and my relationship with wooden buildings dates back already in my diploma work, and well before that too. But And at the moment, I'm trying to promote wooden housing, especially in the eastern side of Helsinki. And the challenge there is that the eastern side is economically on the poorer side, so it's challenging to get carbon neutral building there. But that's something that we're working on and trying to sort of fix.
Yeah. And tell something about the building in the background that we're looking at. Why did you pick that?
Yeah. As you said, it's the oldest residential building in Helsinki. I happen to live quite close to it, but that's not the only reason I chose it. I sort of wanted to go back to the roots, where Finland has a long history in wooden buildings, but it's sort of forgotten in the later years. And I think we need to change our attitude back towards the wooden building to be appreciated and being part of the construction industry more. Well, the carbon footprint or the carbon storage in this building dates back to 1818, possibly longer. So it's a significant building also in that sense. And the funny thing is that it used to be the house for a fireman taking care of the hoses. And it's interesting that this is the particular building that has been that still exists, because there has been a lot of fires in the cities in Helsinki or Helsinki in Finland. Old wooden towns have been demolished in fires. So it's sort of ironic that this has been saved.
That was saved, yes.
Yeah.
And I think it also touches on a point that it's not only what would be best to build, but also there's the public perception of buildings that at some point they were seen as dangerous because they would whole cities would burn at once.
Exactly.
And then you got this reaction in Finland that made wider streets, concrete buildings, etc. And now we have a chance to reset that.
Yeah.
Marco, when we move to you, could you introduce yourself? You're on mute.
Yeah, well, gladly. And hello, Andrea, and hello, Bob. Nice to meet you. Really interesting seminar. I'm really happy and glad to be able to join you here. I'll be sharing my screen just for a second to
Yeah.
But now it's the wrong. Oh, now it's fine. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, Markku Hedman. I'm an architect as a background. I still have a small studio office that I'm running and doing design. I'll come back to that later. I've been working as a professor in 2 different universities in Finland for roughly 13 years. Not anymore. At the moment, I'm the Director General of Building Information Foundation in Finland, which is, well, I don't know the exactly same in Netherlands. I apologize for that, but if you people in Netherlands know what Muulio is in Denmark, then we are very close to what a parallel to Muulio in that sense. I've done some things, both research, design, innovation projects within the context of wooden design and construction, especially in housing construction. This is the photograph or image that I chose. It's a project that is on our tables and computers in the office, this studio office at the moment. It's located in Kirkkonummi, which is a communal area in Uusimaa. I made a small comparison here, and I'll come to the point why I show this in context of densification. Kirkkonummi is the area is 400 square kilometers, and the land area of Amsterdam city is far less than half. 166, says Wikipedia. In Kirkkonummi, there's 40,000 inhabitants. In Amsterdam city, more than 20 times that, over 800,000. So there's about 100 inhabitants for a square kilometer in Kirkkonummi and about 5,000 in Amsterdam. And still many people think this is a densification project in Kirkkonummi area. It's meant for elderly people, it's subsidized housing, it has a very tight budget. It will be, when it's finished, be rental affordable housing. It is at the moment 700 meters from the actual city center, if you can call it the city center of Kirkkonummi, with all the services needed. And also there is about 10 minutes walk from the from this place to the city center to the other services. So my point here tries to be that areas are different and the solutions have to be different as well. And the possibilities and challenges of these different locations are different. And if you talk about densification, we have to take into account the local conditions and also, in a way, exploit all the possibilities that we can have. And then the other point is that I don't see densification as important aspects in itself. It's not an inherent or kind of a basic value. Densification is simply a tool to achieve something else which is valuable. And in the end, I think it's about optimization, like Jenny Groenen said in her presentation, or in her speech in the earlier panel discussion. I think it's always about optimization with the aim of having the best possible living environment for the inhabitants. So that's my starting point for this certainly interesting discussion we are heading towards.
Yeah, thanks for the very thorough introduction. Bob?
Yes, well, thank you again for being here. My view on densification is very important. It's happening all over in the world, you might say, and in the Netherlands, and especially in the polycentric region of Amsterdam. It is happening by emphasizing very much on the nodes, the public transport nodes, and they're really densifying so that we can spare the open space between cities. One of the things that is happening in Amsterdam is that we created our new islands, Eiburg, on the east side, and there's been sorts of traditional building and constructing and developing up till now, but now there's this new island, a central island in Eiburg, and it's completely reserved for more cooperative buildings, and many of the let's say the initiatives, the developments are in timber, and I can share one. Let me see which one is it? No, it's the other one. Sorry, this is the PR one. I'll try another one. Yeah, this one. This is
that one we can't see, unfortunately. We're still in your previous PowerPoint, but
yeah, but I'll show you this one. Can you see that?
No.
Oh.
I think you have to stop sharing and share again.
Okay. Escape. Stop. Okay. Do it again. And let me have a look. Which one is it? This one. Yeah. Can you see it now?
Juf Nienke.
Yeah. Once again, Juf Nienke. That's it. What I would, why I want to show this one is that it's an apartment building. It's designed by Thomas Rauw and Search, Bjarne Massenbroek. And these are two front runners, especially Thomas Rauw is already for years and years explaining how important it is to build carbon neutral. And I always also want to show it because I'm not so much in favor of really high-rise buildings. I think the social coherence of buildings like these. This is a project of 60 different kinds of homes with a central area where people can meet. Building communities is as important, I think, as choosing the material or being carbon neutral. It's also about sharing spaces, what the professor already said, sharing spaces, being more of a community that really gets inspired by wooden buildings. And I think this Juf Niemke is now under construction. It will be one of the nicest examples in the Netherlands of how you can build in wood. And I would like to add one thing. I'm an urban designer by training, and I was trained very much into the modernist tradition with the Siam 100 years ago already. And so I think it's really time to get a new transition to a new way of thinking. And the modernist way of thinking should be over, and we don't see that in the whole world. I mean, it's just so many high-rise buildings in China, in Turkey, in Russia, and I think it's really time to get this mid-size apartment, mid-rise apartment areas again, because people like to live there.
Yeah. Thanks for showing these images, and it's actually nice because if you think of Amsterdam, of course, that has a very strong border as to where you can build and where you can't build. In Helsinki, it's more of a fade, so the city center is really dense, and then slowly it kind of fades out. East Helsinki is more suburban, and then actually Kirkkonummi, which Marco showed towards the west, is even more suburban or almost rural, you would say, or at least parts of it. And densification goes for all these three. So it doesn't mean that it should only be in high density, but maybe it also needs different strategies for in different settings. And Andre, to you, like you were saying that it's hard to do it in the east, but the medium high rise seems to be the part where Finland makes the biggest steps. Low rise, it's already saturated with wood construction. It's hard to increase more, according to Seppo. How do you see that? Can wood really help in the medium high rise, so up to, let's say, 8 stories?
Yeah, I can see there is a need for that. And once the now ongoing boom of wooden building or the factories catch up with the with the demand, maybe the cost goes down also, so then we can concentrate on more densification in the eastern areas. But I think in general, maybe building in 60s or 70s suburbs, wood can be a really good way to get into infill building, because at least in Finland, wood buildings are often prefabricated in factories, so the hazard on the plot once building, it's really short, and it's probably could be more acceptable for the residents.
Yeah, that's a good point. That indeed, like construction period is short. People are already living there, and there's less disturbance during construction and less emission during construction on the site.
Yeah, and in general, wood is considered a warm and friendly material, so it's probably easier to accept new buildings.
You're saying that, is that cultural though, Bob? Because Amsterdam, for example, it's brick, brick, brick. Of course, there's wood structures on the inside traditionally, but there's a lot of brick visible. Like, how is that personal perception of the material, and should wood show on the outside of the building to make it more acceptable to the people that live around these wooden buildings?
Well, I doubt it a little bit, because the larger public isn't used to seeing wood that much. I mean, outside Amsterdam, in Zaanstad, for instance, there's a lot of wood. It's visible in Waterland, but in Amsterdam, it's as you say, it's not the case. I would say it's interesting in some areas to create new areas like Centrum Eiland and Eiburg, to have a sort of consistent image of much more wood. And of course, it's if you look at the let's say the modernist areas, which has to be densified, you can use wood because it's a light material. You can use it for densification, make buildings higher. And then I think it's very much the welstand, the
cityscape authorities.
Yeah, the quality regulations that will be very strict, I think, and it's not so easy to put a wooden top on a brick building. I think that's not accepted that much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, like, just to introduce Marco, like the organization that he does behind it, like I'm an architect, we run our own office, and the they call it, or like information cards, maybe that's the best way to translate it. They're used a lot because there's only so much knowledge that you can have, and that's really like the kind of the encyclopedia of building solutions. Marco, like, if you think of circular construction and the introduction of wood, should this be a European system where knowledge is shared more widely, and, for example, infill or densification, that there are standard solutions that everybody can tap from, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel one city at a time or one country at a time?
Well, absolutely, yes. And when you mentioned Building Information Foundation, we are at the moment doing our best to assist wooden construction in Finland. We are not at our best in it yet, but we are doing better all the time. I think standardization is one solution to make it more affordable, more technically wise, and to assist or make the design and building process more efficient. But I'm a bit afraid of the tendency that we have at the moment to standardize solutions, meaning that it may end in the idea that we standardize how the buildings look like, what kind of an apartments there are. And I think that the standardization is a key level on the bottom of that. But then we should have a kind of a systemic solution to use the technological innovations and the efficiency of industrial production, but in the sense that they are components, and the joining of the components are standardized, but you can make beautiful, different kind of typologies, solutions without restrictions of preset standards. So yes and no, both.
Bob just mentioned Thomas Rau, who was the architect together with Björn Masterbrook of the example that he showed. Thomas Rau also has this Madaster, and he will show 3:15. There will be a video, which is this kind of, it would be a library of all kind of building components that are used at the moment. So standardization, is that in solutions, or could that also be in ways how to reuse it again? And yeah.
Who do you ask?
I'm asking you, Marco.
Okay, absolutely, yes. I think that's a vital thing about it. Altogether, I think we need much more research-based information about what wooden buildings should be like, how they are constructed, what are the effects of them, and so on. Even to the level of knowing exactly what the components or the material consist of. What is the real carbon footprint of a certain product from a certain company, so that we can, in real life, evaluate these different kind of aspects of any construction, including wooden construction, thoroughly and wisely. And now, in many cases, we are still depending on good guesses or even false ideas.
But if you think, like, for example, the RT cards, they're kind of an authority, or they're seen as kind of the kind of guideline. If we now say, okay, some things we actually don't know and it's developing, should there be a system that is more flexible, where information is shared between the different parties? For example, between Bob and Andri with different solutions, and that they're able to give more information halfway the process. So it's not only when it's ready and tested, but also when it's done before.
Absolutely, you are absolutely correct. We need them both, and also Rakennustieto Building Information Foundations is making an effort of doing it both. This year we have started the Research and Design Innovations unit with 3 research directors working within the unit, absolutely doing exactly that. We are looking into sustainability, we're looking into innovations, and we're looking into digitalization. And we try to look what could be the best solutions, and then also make an effort to make the best solutions possible. And at the same time as giving advice of what is the good way, good quality of building at this present moment. So we need both. So I think you are absolutely correct on that.
And maybe there's this building information foundation in every country. Maybe they can tie their systems and share that information with each other. Maybe that's already happening, but
that's already happening, especially on the level of digitalization.
Okay, yeah. Andri, I think you already briefly told about it, but there seems to be a tendency like densification. I think everybody agrees that that's one way to make cities more livable, to take the maximum out of transportation, etc. Still, cities like to just develop new areas. Why is that, and can wood play a role in that as well?
Of course, wood can have a big role in that, and actually we have a lot of planning going on. In the near future, there will be from 300 to 500,000 square meters of wooden detailed plans, which require wooden housing. Traditionally, detailed planning is much easier if you have a tabula rasa, where you can do what you like. And infill building is well, if you do a detailed plan to a large area, it's almost the same amount of work as doing a detailed plan in a small infill plot where you get one building. So that's why it's much slower to do infill building in its tight sense. Where in the broader sense, when you have a little bit bigger area, it's of course easier.
Bob, is that the same for Amsterdam? That it's much harder to do infill rather than to develop new areas?
Well, in a way, it takes more time. But if you look at the business case, it's even it should be even better. It's not always the case, but it should even be better to build inside of cities, because all the things are there already. If you look at schools, at shops, etc., and at roads, infrastructure. On the other hand, it's a vision. It's a philosophy that we say in the Netherlands, but especially in Amsterdam and surroundings, we shouldn't expand the cities anymore. Get inside, and then if you get used to it, and a lot of developers and also the public sector is used to it already by working together, and the routine is there, then the cost will go down also a little bit. And I think that the cost of densification inside with wooden buildings is even better. The situation is even better. The business case. It's lighter. It's less nuisance, as you said already. To the surroundings. One of the big problems now is that for every project inside cities, there's so many people against it. And we have this this possibility of protesting, and then the projects will be
stalled.
Will be stalled. And so I think any solution that is more acceptable for existing citizens in an area will help densification a lot, I think.
Now I'll be the lawyer of the devil. Of course, you can densify by adding 2 floors everywhere, but you could also build one very high tower somewhere to get the same amount of densification. Both Amsterdam and Helsinki, to some extent, they're not in favor of high-rise, or not too much of it. How do you feel about that? And would that make sense to do it in wood, Andri?
Well, I'm not a against or pro of either one. I think it depends totally on the place you put it in. There are places for really tall towers, and there are places for lower buildings, and places where you can densify a lot. Those are the places for really high buildings, and that's the public transport nodes, basically, in Helsinki. Also, those places are really complex already, and it takes a lot of time to do the plans, but those are the places.
Bob?
Yeah, I agree completely. And one of the discussions there's in the Netherlands, very heavy discussion, is between people that say, well, expanding cities is still necessary if you want to build 1 million homes in the next 10 years. And others say, well, no, we can do it all in cities. Well, I think it's you need both. You need some, say, nature inclusive development outside cities, and nature inclusive means, to me, not only with greening and climate adaptation, but also with the good material, the renewable material, etc. And inside cities, of course, I'm not against high-rise, but it has to be very much, for instance, in Amsterdam, I think some 30 or 40 towers are being built now or prepared now. So it's happening already. And I think in wood, it's possible. I mean, in Scandinavia, it's shown that it's possible, although they're mostly hybrid buildings. I think you need some concrete or steel in the construction also. But that's not a problem. We need all kinds of materials. It's not that we should phase out completely concrete and steel. I mean, we still need them in all kinds of situations.
No, and indeed, it shouldn't be a dogma that everything has to be built in wood. It's the right material for the right application. So yeah. Marco, talking about the right material for the right application, like what's the future of the Building Information Foundation and how to help the industry forward?
Well, we have just we are just about to publish a survey about that theme. It was done together with the Ministry of Environment in Finland. What are the needs for new information to promote construction in wood, not wooden construction, meaning that we want to make possible the increasement of wooden material in every part of construction, as hybrid solutions or otherwise. So that's what we are trying to do. I think that if you think about the cities in itself and our role, the role of Rakennustieto in that sense, I think that we shouldn't forget that the wooden construction or the new buildings made out of wood, they have to face the very same other challenges that any other buildings have. So it's not like the challenge in itself. It's one part of the huge, enormous paradigmatic change that we are living in. And like Bob said, I totally agree. The modernism is over. I mean, we have very different kind of values, and we have different problems. We have different ideas. We have to invent the cities in a way afresh. And in that sense, wood is important. But like I said, it's very, very important. But we, at the same moment, we have to understand that it has to deal with the total problemacy as a systemic organization.
Yeah. Thanks, and thanks for the panel discussion and for your input. I think this is also a very nice conclusion in a way that it shouldn't be just wood, but we should find the tools to evaluate the right decisions. And maybe that's the new way of sharing information as well, that we all have the tools to do what's right, rather than that there are standardized solutions that are assumed to be right. We will have a short break. I think about 5 minutes, and then we can continue to Ruben Lenz, who is a partner and urbanist at Block, and then Thomas Rau, who's introducing Madaster. Marco, Andri, and Bob, thanks for your time, and hopefully you have some time to stick around so we can still pick your brain, or you can answer some of the questions that are in the chat.
Yeah, I'm here all the day.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
So should we be back at 3, 2, 3?
Yes,
And
that
Ruben,
sounds good. Thanks, Willem.
And Ruben is already sitting ready, so
Yes.
I'll get a quick coffee. See you in a second.
Hi, Vella.
Hello, Ruben. Welcome back.
Very good. Good to be back.
Yeah.
What's the...
we start in 5 minutes.
Perfect.
So.
Can I set my slides already, or is someone else still in front of me?
Yes, certainly you can put them. Yeah, you will be the first one after the short break.
Okay, I think that was 5 minutes.
All right.
So, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. So I hope everybody had a good coffee break. And next up is Ruben Lens, who you can already see. And he will talk about how carbon rights will spark a timber revolution. And this is interesting because the carbon rights came up in quite a few talks already. They're not happening. Everybody is talking about persuasive arguments. Carbon rights are the opposite of that. They are hard targets. So interesting to see how that can bring us forward. Ruben, floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Willem, and welcome everybody to my presentation. Hope everybody's back from a well-deserved coffee break. I think you have a pretty long session, so I'm very honored to see this large number of people here. Please drop me some if you have some questions during the presentation. Please drop them in the chat, and I can respond to them later. I will quickly tell a bit about the journey and exploration that we have been on as Block the last year, because indeed it touches the topic of those carbon rights, which are a very sought after topic in timber construction. So I hope to contribute to that discussion this afternoon. My name is Ruben Lens. I'm one of the partners at Block, and indeed today I will tell you a bit about how we think that carbon rights can spark a timber revolution, and specifically how, not if, but how we can do that. And that's based on the project that we co-initiated in the Netherlands. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. This is the Dutch mountains. These are two hybrid wooden buildings and high-rise, which will be built in Eindhoven inner city, the high-tech city of the Netherlands. And we initiated this project together with the architect Marco Vermeulen, who is one of the largest voices in bio-based building in the Netherlands as well, and also Urban Exchange and other concept developer. Block itself is a concept and process concept developer and process management office based in Rotterdam, and we are in this partnership. We initiated this process. We took it to a ground deal, which we're currently negotiating with the municipality. I'm not going to tell you a bit about this project. I think that will be also be very relevant for today's discussion. But I'll tell you a bit about what's behind it and what I focused on last year. Because we stumbled on quite a few challenges during this project. We already have a lot of challenges always if you initiate and develop some part of real estate, especially if it's a bit more ambitious. But the timber part that really was tough for us. Why? Very basic, very simple. Because some end to get an investor on board, and we have them now. To get them on board, you need a solid business case. You need to prove that it's a sound investment to invest in this project. I don't have to explain you that probably in the Netherlands, wood as a construction material is much more expensive than more traditional materials. You could say concrete, and steel, and brick. But we were very driven to apply this new material, or this newer way of applying this material. That's also really sparked by the architect himself. Mark Vermeulen already mentioned this was one of the voices in this debate, and he really said, if we really want to tackle this climate crisis in the construction industry, we need also to focus on the building materials. And as you know, wood has a large advantage in that. But so that's how we stumbled almost a year ago upon that topic. How can we improve this business case? Can we not do something with these climate effects that we're causing? Can we not turn it into our favor also in a financial sense? And that really brought us to our research question that we started investigating almost a year ago. Are these climate rights a way to monetize the climate effect of building in timber? Is that possible, and what are the advantages for a building project, and is it feasible, and what's the whole context of it? And we actually did a whole research on that. So if you're interested in that, I really advise you to take a look at. See the title is behind the animation, but take a look at www.zerocarbonfund.com. That's where the whole research is mentioned, and the whole project is also explained in a bit more in a more elaborate way. For this afternoon, I would really stick to the conclusions and the follow-up on that, because I think that's most interesting for discussion here today. The answer is yes, there is indeed a role for carbon rights in this discussion, because it creates a perspective for people to invest in the climate effect that you have. There are two ways, target groups you can mention. One is indeed companies looking for ways to offset their own CO2 emissions and looking for ways to do that in a way that they believe is that's sound in timber construction. And the other group are governments also looking for more effective ways of creating a carbon effect. So these two target groups are very interesting for those carbon rights. But we really found as a precondition to really work on a whole market scheme or a whole systematic change, if you think so, because we think it's just not too simple to just sell your rights as one project and everybody does it for itself. That won't work. We really have to push, and I think this group, together with other people, this session here today, that's really the group that we can push for such a systematic change. And I will tell you how that change looks like in our eyes. It's on 3 different levels, and it's actually a diagram that we see how parties can interact with each other in this new way of working. It's an ecosystem completely focused on the monetizing of these climate effects, that are created with building with timber and other bio-based materials that take up CO2 in their materials. And it's a systematic approach on 3 levels. The first one is a value chain. What you see now is that there's no real link between the people that manage and develop and maintain forests and the building industry. They just sell their wood to a processor and then he processes it on. We think that a much stronger link between the people, the organization who manage the forests and take up the yield of these forests and the building industry would be very interesting. I think that's an interesting topic for you as well today, especially between Finland and the Netherlands, how they could work together on how to create this value chain. You should go from a forest to some kind of process plant, maybe even managed by the forest managers themselves, or at least that are involved with it. Because then you can create these CO2 rights, because then you know exactly where the trees are located and what the climate effect of it is, and you can prove that with doing, for instance, LCA studies. You directly interact from the process plant with the real estate developers, and those can interact with your real estate investors. It's similar to what we do now, but we think in this way we can really implement this climate effect in it. A layer above that, you have a transactional level, which manages 2 things. One, the timber itself, so the timber elements, because if you want to sell carbon rights, you have to somehow also guarantee that these elements will be used for a long time and make sure that they're not taken apart or demolished or, the most worst of all, burned after a very short period of time. What we think is also implement a bit of circular economy in this. Make sure that there's some kind of, for instance, a timber leasing company, a platform that manages these wooden elements and maybe even keeps the ownership of these elements so they can be recycled on and on again. Only then you can guarantee these carbon rights. Also, we need a platform for all these projects to manage the carbon rights that are created. That's what we call the Zero Carbon Fund itself. It's actually the core of the whole idea. It's a platform that manages these rights. These transactions, so of the carbon rights and the whole financial part in general, and the timber itself, the materials itself, is the whole transaction layer that we propose. On top of that, let me see. Yeah. On top of that, you have two funding streams. On the top left, you see parties that are interested in these CO2 rights. Like I already told you, there can be governments looking for a climate effect in their subsidy programs or the financial programs. There can also be companies or even persons that are looking for ways to offset their carbon emissions, which are unavoidable at some point. These are one-offs. You can only sell those carbon rights, of course, once. In the other part, you get an actual, a very interesting perspective for normal real estate investors, which are interested in climate neutral real estate. Because in the end, what we are trying to push for is a system where you not only have less polluting materials, but you have actual real estate which has a headspace, so a surplus of carbon rights. So it's climate neutral, and even with the climate neutrality, it takes up a bit of carbon, and that surplus amount, that's in the ideal case would be the amount of rights that you would sell. So that's our systematic overview. As I already told you, mentioned much more elaborate in our reports, but this is more or less the core. And what I think is interesting is to touch upon now is also, why do we call it a fund? Because it's much more systematic approach. But what we really see, what's happening, especially as one of the initiators of large timber projects, the Dutch Mountains I told you before, some things are not going well, and that's why we think that a fund should be really the way to create a breakthrough for timber in the building industry. You have the situation now. As you know, there are a lot of builders with amazing projects. You have all these engineers with great solutions. You have forest managers are looking for ways to interact with the building industry. The public opinion is very in favor still of building in timber with some fire and safety concerns maybe, but we can tackle those. So there's a lot of favor actually for building, and that's very good because, of course, as you know, we have to work towards this Paris-proof agreement that we try to limit the global warming up to 1.5 degrees. But how do we come from this situation where we have all this great supply in timber to that 1.5 degree reality? Well, what we're doing now is all these small steps with small projects, at least speaking from the Dutch perspective, as one of the initiators of Dutch Mountains, we see this. It's all based on the individual motivation of these parties to really push forward and to do a much more ambitious project. And what you see, if we just do these one projects and then trying to raise the bar, it will be very slow because we just will make steps, and maybe one time a step back because, for instance, a fire happens which is not related to timber, but people are completely concerned now with, you have all these problems, and we think that's sometimes how transitions have to work, but we think there's also an alternative. That's really why we are pushing for a fund, because we think we need to create critical mass. And what does the critical mass consist of? That we don't so we don't propose pilots, we really propose some critical mass. And we think we need 10 projects, 10 pioneering projects. Could be in the Netherlands, but could also be in the whole of Europe. So also I think interesting for this project. If we have that critical mass, you can actually say, let's not sell those CO2 rights just for one project per one project, because every project has to run its own campaign to sell them, and it will really create a lot of backlash. But we think if we create a whole bucket of all these projects, you actually have a certain, you have a serious amount of these CO2 rights, and you can really save up on your overhead on these rights. And by creating this, you really create a different system or a different value chain in which climate positive buildings, so bio-based materials, are much more advantaged, and that creates a path for other front runners. So that's why we're so enthusiastic about this. If you want to learn more, as I already told you, you can go to www.zerocarbonfund.com. And very happy, Willem, to hand it over back to you. And I'm not completely sure of the time, but I think we have still, I talked so fast that we have some time left for a Q&A.
There's indeed some time for questions. We will definitely check out zerocarbonfund.com. One question that I had is that indeed to kind of capitalize on the fact that you're storing or capturing CO2 in the building by the use of timber, that's all clear. But how do you see this into the bigger picture of other buildings that actually emit CO2 or that are not storing any material. So how do you see the exchange of these emission rights in a way?
Yeah, I think what we saw is that there's a certain marketing effect connected to timber rights, which you should also put into use. What I mean with this, for instance, that you don't say we just throw these CO2 rights in the market and whoever wants to take them. That can be very wide, not only limited to construction company, but for instance, what we think with the Dutch mountains, in Eindhoven area, there's ASML, it's a large chip maker, and they're looking for ways to become carbon neutral because their clients are asking for that. But they are dependent still on sources of energy that they're not cannot influence, etc., etc. And you can offer to ASML, look, you can buy a CO2 offset rights somewhere in, for instance, forest, in somewhere around the world. You can also do it very locally by creating these wooden buildings that store the CO2 that you emitted by creating your energy source. What you create then is a sort of sense of ownership also on this building, that you understand that I contribute to the realization of this project because I thought the carbon effect was so smart. So that's really our target group. So people are looking for a local way to offset their rights in a way that contributes not to contributes in a local context by creating nice timber buildings.
I don't know if you had time to listen to Seppo Junilas, the professor from Aalto University, a bit earlier on. I don't know if you followed his.
No, but I should look it back maybe.
Yeah, you should look it back. He was talking about the carbon peak. So the construction is actually the worst part of the building.
Yeah.
And of course, if you like the carbon that is used in buildings was already captured 80 years ago when the tree started growing. If you now plant a tree, it captures the carbon that is coming to the future. So there's also kind of an exchange of carbon rights between generations that maybe is not taken into account yet, but that should be part of it as well. Because the carbon peak is happening right now, and it won't help for that.
No.
There's actually a question from Thomas, who's saying, hi, Ruben, let's say in a few years, carbon banking is part of the MPG. In this case, you sell your carbon banking capacity to another company. There's a risk here that the carbon capture capacity is calculated twice or multifold.
Yeah, that's actually the largest, I think, challenge to our whole project. Double counting is one of the largest problems that you can have. But I think in general, what we're trying to perceive here is I don't view these carbon rights as a very sustainable way of acting for a couple of decades. I see it as a transitional method to make sure the systematic approach that I'm proposing happens now, because you say, okay, now we have these 10 projects. This is what we want. This is the effect that we'll make on the climate. Who wants to sponsor this climate effect? So I completely agree with you, but I think it's good to add that I don't. If it's for instance added to the MPG or climate neutral buildings, for instance, become obligatory to begin with, then we are not necessary anymore, and I think that would be a solution on its own.
Yeah. So you're saying it's a tool; it's not the goal by itself.
No, it's a way to come to this climate neutral way of doing.
Yeah. And of course, you could also say that wood has or concrete and steel have an unfair advantage at the moment over wood because you're not paying for the damage that those materials have.
Exactly. Actually, you could say our initiative is sort of bypassed to also create a more fair market in that way. And let's hope it's not I say it necessary in 10 years, but we cannot wait for those 10 years.
No, and I think the previous speaker said it already that building a wood in Finland, depending at least what's the scale that you're building in, tends to be a bit cheaper than other constructions, but in a lot of markets, wood construction is more expensive. So if people go for the cheaper solution, it's often not wood that is being chosen.
Exactly.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Very interesting. Just as a background, the Dutch mountains, it's also a song from the Nits. The Nits are popular in Finland.
Yeah. Oh, really?
And they will be in, I just Googled it, they will be in the Savoy Theatre in February in Helsinki. So promoting the new album. So
and we already agreed with them that they will do a concert at the opening of the Dutch mountains itself. So that's also nice.
Okay. Yeah. Very nice. Thanks. Next is a video from Thomas Rau. I think Bob was promoting Thomas already. Venla, will you start that video? It's kind of related actually to Ruben, his talk, and also to the Building Information Foundation with Marco that we heard earlier. So it's a way to document all the elements that are used in construction and to find a second life for these.
Everything what you see here is wood. For 92%, it's completely wooden construction. Because wood is an unlimited material, so it's unlimited available. And all the connection we realized here with wood, these are remountable connections, so no wet, so they are dry connections. So maybe in some years, let's say in 50 years, when nobody likes the building anymore, we can take out all the material which we use in this building one by one. And wood is a fantastic material to facilitate this.
Tänapäeva vajadustest lähtuva arhitektuurikeele lõi Hollandi arhitekt Thomas Rau. See keel ei tähenda üksnes ruumilahendustega materjale, vaid kogu uut ideoloogiat, kuidas ehitada.
Now here we have the core, and you see the structure in the core. Then you think, oh, they create the core floor by floor, but we create the floor over the whole heights of the building, because in the production process for the cross-laminate timber, they have very big tables, and the maximum size of a table for a prefab wooden element is 17.5 meters. So we ordered core elements for 17.5 meters, so they made them horizontal, and then we used them vertical. So the whole core, in fact, is done by elements from 17.5 meter high. I mean, regularly, you just design a building, said, okay, so what kind of dimension we have? Okay, how can we do this? So then we need that amount of material. We put it the other way around. So we asked the wooden company, so what is the length of your table? What is the width of your table? So what kind of material do you use? So what is the most efficient way to design the building so that you use as less as possible material, and that we measure everything that you can put it on your regular table. So because we want to have standardized elements and not individualized elements. In 2060, we have much more real estate, I hope mobile estate. So it will be 60% more than we have right now. So we have to create 60% more real estate with the same amount of material. So we create even more and more, but we still have the same, the buffet we have with material is always the same. And that's why we organized Madaster. It's a platform we started in the Netherlands 3 years ago. Now we are in 5 different countries. And it's an online library to register the materials of your building in this platform. Material without identity is waste. So if we would give all materials a documented and archived and registered identity, so they have a material passport, they can never be waste. Here you can see one of those screws here. You can see them here. And those screws, there we used 165,312 screws. So we know it exactly because everything is registered. So it's a dry connection. And the building is temporary, so there's a moment that nobody likes the building, so we can take it out without losing any value. Normally we're building for ages, yeah, but if we realize that our being is temporary and then our needs are temporary, so then the building is a temporary aggregate to facilitate a temporary need. So it's not a real estate, but it's a mobile estate. We didn't build the building, but we organized a logistic process with the result, a building. So that means all our needs are temporary, the building's temporary, so we have to think in forethought, what will happen
when nobody likes the building anymore, how can they take out everything without losing any value? So it's about forethought and not about hindsight.
Thanks. I just posted the link in the chat as well. It's called madaster.com. It talks about the passport for materials. I think it's interesting, and it's definitely possible nowadays because, of course, we used BIM in modeling in construction. So actually, all these elements are already modeled. We know where it's coming from. We know the strength of the elements. So building this library. So before the building is demolished or taken apart, you could already find a new destination for them. So for example, it could be that a building in Holland is taken apart. We are designing a building in Helsinki, and we see that the beams that will come out of this building in Amsterdam could be used for the sports hall over here. We can basically build it into the timeline, and I put it into the timeline and get the beams out in time and find a second life for these. So I think this is very interesting. Of course, this needs scale, and that's maybe a problem if it's done as Madaster is done now. But if this, for example, would be done European-wide, this could have big potential, and if this would be required for all the building elements. So thanks for that. It was a video, but Thomas, thanks anyhow. We now continue to Henrik Herajärvi from the Natural Resources Institute of Finland, and he will talk about wood construction in the crossfire of policies. And I think that's a very good one to end with, because I think what we've all learned today, it's the answers are not that simple, and it's really all tied together. And maybe Henrik can shine some light on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen. Can you verify that you can see my screen now?
We can see it.
Okay, great. Yeah, greetings from Eastern Finland. I'm actually sitting right in that building, which is in the picture. The first large wooden office building built in Finland almost 20 years ago, and still going strong. Those logos down there, the EU flag and the Passahound logo, they are there because of some parts of my presentation are actually derived from the project, the EU project Passahound, and that's why the flags are there. I try to shed some light really to the policies dealing with wood construction, and doesn't change. Okay, now to start with, in many of the presentations we already heard that we really need products for building and living, and they are needed now, and obviously they are needed also in the future. Production of these materials, it covers 50% of the consumption of natural resources and roughly for 40% of the production of wastes. So quite obviously it's pretty smart to use the least harmful materials. But apparently and unfortunately smartness is not a very good incentive to change the materials. The effects of the forthcoming or ongoing, even ongoing policy actions in the EU level and in the international level on the wood use, they are unclear. There are plenty of vague and even some fake wood use related information, and I could say that if my presentation is not very well organized, it's actually very perfectly in line with the current wood construction related policy discourse. And like Matti Mikkola said in his speech previously, there is clearly a paradigm shift, and that's also very, very well visible in the policy sense. So wood construction, it is in the middle of climate policies, it's in the middle of energy policies, environmental policies, forest policies very strongly, industrial policies, land use policies, social policies, trade policies, transportation policies, and you name it. So there are plenty of different, it's a big puzzle. Everybody has an opinion, and it also results in a situation that there are conflicting interests, there are disputes, which finally is visible in rather slow process. The good news is that unlike most of the societal or economic aspects of wood use, many of these EU strategies actually do recognize wood construction as a possibility. Green Deal, forest strategy, circular economy strategy, European renovation wave, and there are many other. And wood construction is there, quite often visible, but we don't actually know how those strategies and policies, how they are going to affect. So one thing which is already discussed today is that the materials, they behave in a different way in terms of their climate impacts. The graph there, it's almost 20 years ago produced by the Swedish Forest Industries Federation, showing the carbon dioxide emissions caused by production of construction materials. And the unit is interesting, it's kilogram per floor square meter, which is rather easily understandable measure. And we can see that there are really some differences. So wood products basically perform quite nicely in this view. But as mentioned, the construction sector, it needs all the materials now and also in the future. We can't get rid of some of the, let's say, most important materials. And we should actually talk about the development of the construction sector instead of the development of certain materials. All emission cuts which are available, they do improve the sector's climate profile. And in mathematical terms, even radical emission cuts in the wood sector, they result in minor outcomes in terms of the construction sector performance. And based on the figure as well, even minor cuts in the steel sector, steel construction, they can have quite big impacts on the sector's overall performance. And the challenge, or more like a problem here, is the slow speed of emission cuts in those concrete and steel industries. And then, of course, there is an option, there is a fast lane, which means that instead of the slow research and development to improve the steel sector's performance, we could actually use less steel and use other materials instead. And that's a simplification. There is, of course, a challenge, and that's business. The carbon dioxide balance is a function of carbon emissions and storage development, which is called a sink. And there is a problem. The short-term climate policy aims, for example, in Finland, we have the carbon neutrality aim by 2035. which would mean that the easy solution to reach that aim is to harvest less timber from the forest and leave it there, which would actually increase our carbon sink, and we could easily achieve the carbon neutrality aim. There would be rather radical societal impacts, but that would be the easy, in theory, the easy solution. Then there is the strategic development aim, or the development of the growing stock in the forests, the development of the carbon storages in the forests, which means that we should actually manage the forests quite actively. And there is a big contradiction. This is a big challenge. The other thing which has not been discussed so far, if I have been awake to follow the discussion, is that the construction materials, they have a different kind of a mechanism in the carbon balance perspective. So in order to develop the construction sector's climate performance, the need to cut the emissions is equal to all materials. The wood sector needs to cut emissions, concrete, steel, and everything. There is no exception, because every production and every use of material, it causes emissions. But the sink side of the equation, the carbon sink side of the equation, it concerns only wood via the forests. And the other materials, they have no effect on the sink side. So there are different kind of climate policy settings for the different construction materials. We shouldn't compare wood and other materials like too simple way, because they behave in a different sides of the carbon balance equation. Now, how effective climate hero is wood construction in the end? There is the big challenge of scale, and the human activity derived CO2 emissions are 35 billion tons a year, whereas the sawn timber production is about 500 million cubic meters per year, and the whole sawn timber production actually stores roughly 1% of the annual net CO2 emissions, and part of it for a shorter and part of it for a longer period of time. So the potential is limited. Half of the industrial emissions are actually caused by material processing, and especially steel and especially concrete. And we all know that the cement production it's kind of a bad guy there. But on the other hand, the annual production volume of sawn timber, it's about 5% of the production volume of concrete. So there is a limited possibility to substitute concrete as well. I know that the volume of concrete and volume of wood, they are not like comparable units or measures, but just to give the scale. We can't get rid of concrete, let's put it that way. And then there was already something about the substitution effects. So practically every piece of wood we use, it reduces the fossil emissions because we can avoid the use of some other materials with more intensive emission behavior. And we have to keep in mind that the fossil emissions are actually the root cause of the climate problem. So to conclude something of this slide, the climate problems, they won't be solved by wood construction, but it is one of the few available ways to take at least some kind of steps forward. Then something about paradigm changes or paradigm shifts, as Matti Mikkola put it. Engineered wood products, they are a game changer. Traditionally, in Finland and in many other countries as well, wood was used in small buildings, which means private buildings in suburban and in rural areas. And in the urban areas, buildings were made of steel and concrete for 100 years. The engineered wood products, they changed the paradigm. Now it's possible to build also large wooden buildings. So we can say that wood is back in town. And in terms of the innovation research, we could say that engineered wood, it's not just a product innovation, but also an enabler of a systemic change, meaning the rebirth of wood use in urban construction. Some examples, a student house here in Joensuu, Eastern Finland, 48 meters, made of CLT and LVL, totally wooden except the first floor. Then we have to remember that it's not the engineered wood and it's not the big buildings only. For example, the log construction sector in Finland, it has made a tremendous step forward. Complete renewal of the house design. Now those traditional log houses, they look like this in the picture. They have the urban fit architecture, and this has led to a development and a situation that every fourth new single-family house in Finland is actually made of logs, which is a tremendous development. And construction logs environmental profile, it's really great. There is a low carbon footprint and it's a big storage, carbon storage, and it's also hopefully also long life cycle carbon storage. And because of the industrial manufacturing, there is modern and flexible design, production, construction chain, including the turnkey deliveries and so on. And the quality previously and in the old days, the quality fluctuations was a problem, but now it's rather stable because of the industrial manufacturing processes. The consumption of sawn wood, it's very much related to the single family house construction in Finland. You can see the graphs showing coniferous lumber consumption in Finland and number of completed single family houses in Finland, and they are almost identical curves for the past 25 years. I a bit disagree with Seppo Junnila while he said that in the single family house, in the small sized house markets, we have nothing to achieve because we already built more than 90% of the houses of wood. I wouldn't be that much interested in the percentage. I would be interested in the number of the houses because that's where the market is. Now we build 5,000 single family houses per year. And if we can build 10,000 single family houses per year, it would double the market size, but still we can have the same percentage if the total market size increases accordingly. So we should look at the real building processes, not that much the percentages which give us the impression that the market is saturated, but still we can build more. So in terms of the international, national, and particularly the municipal policies that support single family house construction are actually policies that support long life cycle carbon storage creation, because that's where most of the wood is used. Construction policies in Finland, there are some funny things here. 67% of the single-family house dwellers, they say that they enjoy their living in their houses and apartments. The percentage is only 27 among the multi-story apartment dwellers. 72% of the Finns, they would like to live in single-family houses. 75% of the construction is actually multi-story apartments. 90% of the Finns, they would like to own their own house or apartment. About half, almost half of the construction is actually rental apartments. So there is kind of a synchronization challenge between the offer and the demand. To end, in theory, we could say that arguing between the materials, it is even stupid or completely useless from the climate perspective. The fossil emissions are the root cause of the problem, and independently from the materials used, the whole construction sector's climate performance must improve. And the big gains, the big benefits, they are achievable in steel and concrete sectors. And that's a fact. The practice has shown that the emission cuts, they are really difficult and they can be also really expensive. And there are some tricks done. We can search help from carbon sinks of forests, and there are systems and mechanisms like the compensation, which actually do not necessarily improve the processes, but they enable the business as usual. And that's why I don't like those systems too much. They cause politicization of the targets, and then the targets of helping the climate are actually lost. Forests, they are a handy tool to mitigate the climate change. Yes, we know that. We can increase the growth and we can maintain the storages there. But forests are simultaneously very, very vulnerable to the climate change because of the biotic and abiotic risks associated. And therefore, we can say that forests are actually rather unstable carbon storage. And in a national perspective, the single-family house construction would be both wanted because of the wishes of the dwellers, and it is also needed to increase the volume of the stable long-term carbon storages. Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thanks, Henrik. This is really nice and actually really good that you were at the end of all this, because it put everything into perspective, and also it gives you to think like, what are we doing and what are the real goals? And also that it's not just the only solution, and timber can help, but we have to make much bigger changes in a way. And I just got to think that because, for example, there's a big discussion in the Netherlands at the moment from the affordability of housing. So housing is, of course, also safety in a way, protecting from the climate, but also to have a house. But for example, the average house is much bigger in the Netherlands than it is in Finland. So you could also say if we all live on a few less square meters, we maybe don't have to build as much. So there's many ways how we can look at this problem. To round up today, I think we started off with learning together, and through the different parts of government that we're speaking, we saw that there's a lot of overlap in policy and in approach, but also that there's a lot where we can still learn from each other, and that solutions maybe have to be common solutions as well, because we need to reach scale. And if we talk only about Finland, it's a net exporter of timber, whereas the Netherlands, for example, is a net importer of timber. So these things go hand in hand, and the solution should, as that also then be seen hand in hand. And for example, for Madaster to work and maybe also with carbon emissions or carbon tax, also that should, those things cross borders. So also that should be seen in a bigger perspective. And I think the last thing that Henrik was saying, of course, like a tree when it stands in the forest, it's also a carbon sink. So it's not only a carbon sink when it's part of a building, it's also in the forest. And the forest is a very sensitive ecosystem that we need to protect. And maybe there's a bit of, like, we want a lot of things from the forests at the moment. It's a source of raw material, but it's also a place for leisure. It's part of our tradition and history as well. So let's treat wood as a scarce material and try to use it, if we need to use it as wisely as possible. Henrik, do you have something to add to that? Am I wrong in my summary?
No, you're completely right, and I would actually emphasize the role of, in the climate perspective, the role of the physical carbon sink in the buildings. It's some percentages of the whole cake. The substitution effects are about double that big, and the rest, about 90%, it's covered by the forests. So that's the rough scale what we should talk about. So forests are really important in this issue.
Yeah, and Thomas was saying in this video that it's an unlimited resource, but of course the trees that we use now were planted 80 years ago. So maybe it's unlimited over an endless period of time, but we can't chop all the forest now. So that's yeah. Thanks very much. Thanks to the speakers, thanks to the panelists, and thanks to the audience as well. The videos will be uploaded soon. I think there will be some subtitles will have to be added, and I think there's some editing that will be done. But anyway, if you missed it or if you want to forward today's material, it will be available soon. The presentations will also be placed online. I'm not sure about the link actually. Maybe Venla, you can do that, or if there's a mailing list where we can send this. Thanks everybody for attending. Time for another coffee, and I think what's clear is this is only the start of this discussion. We didn't solve it now, but it's good that we exchange information. I saw some emails already from people that were trying to contact me. So let's hope that this is one step forward, and maybe we should organize this again in, let's say, half a year to see where we're at and what are the next steps, and maybe put some quota or some measurable goals to ourselves as well, and not only leave it to the government. Thanks, and see you again.